right, welcome to the first satellite workshop of this year's AMLaP. This workshop will be focused on big data and psycholinguistics. I will say a few words in the beginning and then I'll give the floor to our speakers. Just like technically, I assume that most of you already registered for the conference. In case not, there will be a registration by the coffee break after the first talk. It's possible to register later. And the coffee breaks will be in the second floor of this building, right? So it's the second floor. The problem is that there is a parallel event here in the building, which is Summer School of Chinese Poetry. And it's a relatively small event, but it's on the first floor. So it might be a bit misleading, but we are on the second floor. One very practical thing is that there are electricity plugs here in the room. They are in these stairs, so you can find them below your seats typically. It's not below every seat, but there are sockets. So if you need to connect your laptops, it's possible. And another super important information is that there are toilets in the building always on this side of the building, and now I'm confused. Yeah, the toilets for women are on this side and toilets for men are on this side. The easiest way to get to a toilet from this room is to go through this door, and you're basically on the corridor where the two toilets are. Yeah, and we always say that in Prague, water is drinkable, so you can drink tap water without any risk of getting any diseases. Okay. Yeah, so I don't want to spare much time for myself. I would like the speakers to have the so I prepared just like a few slides to sort of introduce the idea behind this workshop. So what we noticed, and we ourselves in my lab are a bit part of it right now, is the big search of psycholinguistic data sets. So like relatively recently, people started to build data sets which can be quite different, but basically are relatively big and can be used for psycholinguistic research. So to give you like an idea, we have, for example, concreteness ratings for 40,000 words. We have sensory-motor experience data sets. We have word prevalence data sets. I assume that you know most of the stuff, or at least some. We have iconicity, HF acquisition, and so data sets. We have even humor norms. We have survival-related dimensions, which are normed, and so on. Motivation, ratings for motivation, for example. And it's also important that these norms or these data sets, basically, are not only related to English. There are many current projects which focus on other languages than English, or even relatively small languages. This is something what we thought is good to sort of capture or focus on, maybe more broadly, and therefore we thought it might be interesting to this workshop today. Invite very interesting keynote speakers who will introduce their projects, and maybe also discuss future collaboration, because what we find very important nowadays is to do cross-linguistic stuff. So, for example, to collect similar things in more languages and then have more sort of deeper idea about how languages actually work. Okay, so this is all from me for the start. We are really glad that you came here. We hope that you will enjoy it. AMLaP, as the main event will start tomorrow, we will have a proper opening for that. Yeah, let's begin with the talks. So now it is my big pleasure to invite Pexman here, and I assume that most of you know Penny because she's a sort of important figure in the field. Today she will talk about lexical-semantic space. Okay, the floor is yours. I will try to shift it. Does it work? Yeah.
Good morning. It's great to be here, and I'm very excited. I was excited when Jan first contacted me about this workshop because this is obviously work that we've been doing for a while. We've been engaged in developing some norms for both behavior, but also for different dimensions of lexical-semantic features and aspects of meaning. And so it's a big pleasure to be here today. And what I want to do is walk through some of the work that we have done. I want to start with kind of the theoretical framing, but what I hope you see as we go through it is what has been made possible by the open availability of large sets of norms and what that has enabled in terms of theoretical insights. And by the end, we will be mapping lexical-semantic space, I promise. So I want to begin with an example of a study that I think is really elegant and really important. And it's a study by Linda Smith and colleagues from about 10 years ago now. But the reason I think it's really important is because it gets at something that most of my analyses will not be able to do. And it gets at causal inferences. So this is a study with toddlers and a caregiver. They came to the lab. The toddler was wearing a tiny GoPro on their forehead so that they could track, so the researchers could track their eye gaze and also their reaching behavior and their grasping behavior. And the toddler sat across from a caregiver. The caregiver labeled some novel objects that were in the space between the two people, the toddler and the adult. And so there was labeling happening, there was sensory motor interaction happening on the part of the child and the caregiver. And then, so they had this learning episode where they could be encoding the names of these objects while they interacted with them or while they were on the table in front of them. Later, the children's vocabulary was tested, so they could tell which labels children had actually learned from this specific episode. And what they found, and you can see in this figure on the left side, you've got data for trials where the child successfully learned the label. And on the right side, you've got data for trials where the child did not successfully learn the label. And the difference in terms of their eye tracking behavior suggests that for the things that the children learned the labels for, the interaction was very much focal. So there was a lot of focal exposure to the object, presumably because the child was mostly holding that object. And so what this study allows is a direct causal inference that sensory motor experience the child had led to learning of the label for this new concept. And that connection between sensory motor experience and label learning that we see in childhood, this seems to be one of the main mechanisms that children have to learn labels and learn the objects that those labels refer to. And this kind of data point is fuel for a large debate that's been happening in lexical processing and semantic processing. And the debate is, okay, if a child learns this way, that's great, but what happens in adulthood? So by the time you are an adult learning about You continue to learn new names for things, new words. How does that learning happen? And so there is a whole continuum. This is the debate that I referred to. So this was our attempt a couple of years ago to capture the framework, the theoretical space that we're going to be navigating in the first few experiments I tell you about today. So this is what we call the continuum of embodiment. On the left side, you have the perspective that we called unembodied, or that people sometimes call the traditional symbolic model. And on the right side, you've got the strongly embodied view. And so this is describing what that relationship is between sensory motor processing and meaning. And so if you take the position on the right side, the strongly embodied side, you would say, well, meaning is constituted in sensory motor experience. I mean, this continues to be, we know it's important for the infant, but it continues to be the central way that we make sense of the world, that we learn about things, and that we, most importantly, represent things as we are processing them, even when the reference is not actually in front of us. So that's the strongly embodied view. It says basically, meaning is constituted in sensory motor states. You might reenact them later if the object is not actually in front of you and instead you're processing a string, but it's always about sensory motor experience. That's what grounds the meanings of things in the world. And then on the left side, you would say, well, actually, it's all about symbol manipulation. So we don't really constitute meaning in sensory motor states. Instead, we constitute meaning in symbols that we can manipulate. And then, importantly, there's this whole middle ground, and that's the space that we're going to be navigating today. So the middle ground is where you'd find most theorists in current writing. And we'd call that something like a weakly embodied view. So this is the idea that while some concepts are grounded in sensory motor information, other concepts are grounded in other ways. So it could be language experience. That's probably the most important alternative that's been offered to sensory motor grounding. But there also, increasingly, are other sources of information that are being proposed to be important. And we're going to talk a lot about that as we go. Okay, so this is the theoretical framing for the theories that we're going to talk about today. And if we think about that framing, and we think about lexical semantics, we can derive some specific hypotheses that we can test. And so when I first started thinking about embodiment and embodied cognition over a decade ago, I was working in lexical-semantic tasks. And so I thought, well, what would an embodied view predict about, say, visual word recognition or semantic decision-making in an adult? And there were two things that were important to the predictions that were derived. So the first prediction is this idea that even if I am not actually looking at the object in front of me, and instead I'm processing a string in a simple, fairly shallow lexical semantic task, I am still, according to a strongly embodied view, accessing sensory motor states that were important to my previous exposure to that referent as I process the word. So in order to come up with the meaning of the word and make a simple decision about it, I have to actually simulate some of the sensory motor information that was important to my previous experiences. So that sensory motor experience, sensory motor history is invoked even when you are just looking at the word. So it's kind of an offline situation. You're not looking at the object, you're just looking at the word. So offline simulation is one piece of an embodied theoretical prediction. The other piece for lexical semantic processing is this general phenomenon that typically more is better. And what I mean by that is if a word has more images associated with it, more semantic features, more associates, in general, all else being equal, processing will be facilitated. So words that are are rich in sensory motor information, words that are rich in imagistic information, words that are rich in language history, maybe through something like semantic diversity, they would all be privileged in lexical semantic processing because they have more stuff, more semantic stuff. So if you take those two things together, what you get is the prediction that, okay, words that are sensory motorly rich, so words that have more sensory richness, words that have richer sensory motor histories should be privileged, should encourage faster, perhaps more accurate processing in lexical semantic tasks. So that's the prediction that we set out to test. But what we needed was a way to capture word sensory motor histories. And so that was the inception of the body-object interaction dimension. So we were trying to think of a way to capture how easily, so not necessarily frequency of exposure, because we would control for frequency, but how easily can the human body interact with a word's referent? That was the dimension we were trying to capture. And it was really about motor. So we already had imageability, which is a dimension that refers to how easily sensory imagery is evoked by a word's meaning. But this was about that physical interaction, the tactile motor interaction. And so to get an index of that experience, we asked participants to rate words. There have now been thousands of words rated for body-object interaction. And what we found was there was this reliable dimension. So people would reliably say, well, lightning, low body-object interaction, because the human body should not interact with lightning. In the middle of the scale, you get moderate ratings for things like wreath and ship, because they're very concrete, but they don't afford easy sensory motor interaction. Ships, because they're just too big, right? So it's hard for the body to physically interact with a ship, even though it's a very concrete, highly imageable thing. And then ball was one of the words that got the highest ratings. And I should say, although our ratings have been collected in English and all the work today I'm going to show you is in English, there are now BOI values available for other languages. So it's great that we found reliable ratings. People would consistently make similar distinctions about the sensory motor histories of these words' meanings. But the most important question for us, and the question that would allow us to test those predictions that I was telling you about to start today, is does it matter for behavior? So does it matter for lexical-semantic processing? Because if it does, it suggests that this dimension of sensory motor experience is important for how it is that we organize meaning in the mind. So we have now tested, and other people have tested for behavioral effects of body-object interaction, or BOI, in many, many studies. I wanted to give you a few sample findings today, just to kind of give you a sense of how those predictions have been borne out with the BOI variable. So these are actually data for acquisition, and I wanted to show you this because I started with the Linda Smith example. So think about the toddlers and their tiny GoPros and the sensory motor experience they were getting, which was facilitating their language learning and their label learning. So what this graph shows you is the relationship between body-object interaction, but in particular, in this 2022 study, we actually collected specific body-object interaction ratings for children to try and get at some of those acquisition questions about the way sensory motor experience was related to acquisition. So these were ratings, so they're very much like our generic body-object interaction ratings, but they are from the perspective of a child. So the rater assesses how easily could a child interact with the word's reference. So the ratings are highly correlated with those for adult experience, but a little bit different because children have different bodies and different opportunities to interact with objects. So cigar, for example, cigar was a word that's relatively high in adult BOI and low in child, so which is appropriate. So what this is showing you is that, as Linda Smith found, when we look at the whole, at a set of thousands of words, we find the same basic pattern, which is words for which children have easy sensory motor interaction tend to have earlier acquisition. So confirming that relationship. Okay, but what about lexical-semantic processing? Well, this is the data from the very first time we tested for a behavioral effect of BOI. And at the time, we and most other people were looking at between-item comparisons. So this is what we used to do. We choose a set of low BOI words, a set of high BOI words based on those ratings, and then we would match them on everything else we could think of. So age of acquisition, concreteness, frequency, familiarity, length, and so on and so on and so on. So there's always more things to match on, but dozens of things were matched. And what we found in lexical decision, which is kind of the gold standard lexical processing task, in lexical decision we found that responses, so those word judgments, were facilitated for high BOI words more than low BOI words. We didn't find any difference in terms of accuracy, but accuracy was very, very good. So we were kind of at ceiling, I think. And so what this suggests, this 35 millisecond effect, which was significant in this first study, suggested, okay, maybe there is something here. So if this dimension is important behaviorally, it suggests it's probably also important in terms of the way that we represent meaning in the mind. So an interesting clue. But there are all kinds of issues with this first study. One issue is that it's a lexical decision task. And as I'll show you, lexical decision is a good kind of conservative estimate of what matters for behavior, but it's super conservative when it comes to semantics. So for processing meaning, only about 2 to 5% of the variance in lexical decision can be explained by semantic variables. Most of it is explained by frequency and length and age of acquisition. So if we want to start looking at the effects of, say, multiple semantic variables, to give you a little bit of a preview of where I'm going, you don't have much variance to play with. So limited insights from a lexical decision task. The other issue that was raised pretty quickly by some reviewers was, well, in lexical decision, you're pushing buttons, and you're looking for an effect of motor fluency in a way. So you're looking for this effective sensory-motor experience. So maybe all you're seeing is kind of like a response congruency effect, because your response is a motor response. Some of your items are more rich in terms of motor information. Well, to avoid that, here's a different test of a BOI effect in lexical-semantic processing. So this is an eye-tracking study of sentence reading. So we have adult participants reading sentences. We have embedded within the sentence frames a low BOI word or a high BOI word. So I've got a couple of examples here of the kinds of sentences we presented. So Judith saw the reflection of the sun or cat, depending on the particular version the participant got, in the oval mirror. And so we had pre-tested these sentences, and we knew that sun and cat were equally predictable from the sentence frame, but sun is a low BOI word and cat is a high BOI word. So cat is the sensory motor, has more sensory motor richness than sun does. And then purse is high BOI and frost is low. So there's lots of things you can measure in an eye tracking study, as you know, but I've pulled out a couple of particular aspects of behavior to show you today. One is total fixation duration, and you can see that for those high BOI words, and again, it's just, again, a comparison of one set of words to another, matched on everything else we can think of. And so high BOI words indeed did have shorter fixation durations than low BOI words, suggesting more rapid access of meaning, more rapid integration. And similarly, there were fewer regressions back to high BOI targets than low BOI targets. So suggesting, even though we're not making a button-pushing response in this task, the motor behavior is just eye gaze as they track for comprehension, you still see an advantage for words that have more sensory motor richness. Okay, so the prediction we had based on those theories was that, okay, if sensory motor information is important to how we understand, represent, acquire word meaning, then we should see an advantage in lexical-semantic tasks for those words that have richer sensory motor histories. And that's what we found. So we and others have generally found body-object interaction facilitation in lexical-semantic processing. So this does seem to be a dimension of meaning that's important. But it's only one dimension. And so in some ways you could take the results from the BOI studies and say, well, you could be talking about strong embodiment here, right? So you've got pretty substantial effects in lexical-semantic terms of sensory motor information. But to really test on that framework, that continuum that we started with today, we need to assess whether other variables also matter at the same time, other semantic variables. Because the proposal, if you look at the middle of this continuum, is there's actually multiple dimensions of meaning, right? So yes, sensory motor information is important, perhaps particularly for some kinds of concepts, but so is other kinds of meaning information. So how do we know it's really all about, so is it all about sensory motor information, or is that just showing up because it's one of many dimensions that could predict behavior? So let's test that idea. So I wanted to give you an example of a study where we first tested this idea about simultaneous semantic richness effects and perhaps demonstrating that there are multiple semantic dimensions that simultaneously influence behavior. And so I thought I would pick a study that I think never got the attention that it deserved, because I can. So this is a study that was published in Cognition about 10 years ago. It was the doctoral dissertation of Ian Hargraves, who's now like the AI czar of the province in Canada that I worked in for a long time, Alberta. So Ian's study was trying to get at some of this idea of multiple semantic dimensions. So can we see multiple aspects of meaning simultaneously influencing behavior? If we can, it suggests that we're not talking simply about a strongly embodied view, because other aspects of meaning also need to be considered. And the way he did that was he put multiple semantic predictors, as I'll show you. So he had in his data set, and this still wasn't like a large data set, but there were hundreds of items as opposed to dozens of items in the previous studies. So what he had amongst his items, he had variability in 6 different semantic dimensions. Some of them he called more language-based, so they were things like number of senses that a word has, number of meaning senses that a word has, and average radiance of co-occurrence, or ARC, which was available from a lexical co-occurrence model that Chris Westbury and Cyrus Schall had just published. And then he had what he called object-based semantic variables. So these were things like BOI, as we've just learned about, but also imageability, and then number of features, which comes from the McRae feature listing database. So multiple indexes of semantic richness. And then to try and force some differentiation between variables, he also manipulated time course. So what he did was, there were two response tasks. So participants were either making lexical decisions or they were making semantic decisions. And the semantic decisions were, is it a concrete or an abstract word? So pretty basic semantic distinction. And then he had blocked 4 different signal to response windows. So participants either had to respond after 75 milliseconds of seeing the stimulus, 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds, or 400 milliseconds. So these are all pretty fast. But what would happen is in the 75 millisecond block, word appears. After 75 milliseconds of seeing the word, a tone comes over the headsets which says, you better respond fast, is basically what participants learn. It's really just it's a tone, but they've been told that's the signal to respond. And then they respond 350 milliseconds later. So they have 350 milliseconds to exercise their response after they hear the tone. So first of all, let me tell you that participants hated this task. I felt like we needed to send them to counseling after they were done because it was so awful. So you'd get, if you didn't respond in exactly the right time frame, you got a message on the screen either saying that you were too fast or you were too slow. And they had to, of course, listen to hundreds of tones presented over the headset too. So they did not like this task, but they produced some really interesting data. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So these are data for, on the left, you've got the lexical decision task. On the right, the semantic decision task. We know the semantic decision task is going to evoke more extensive semantic processing, so we might see a bit more happening there in terms of our semantic variables. And the semantic variables are all going to compete to explain the limited variability that can be attributed to semantic processing and lexical decision, and the slightly more extensive variability that can be attributed to semantic processing in the semantic decision task. And so I wanted to highlight, first of all, the usual suspects explaining lexical decisions. So this is the variance explained at the initial 75 millisecond time window. None of our variables are explaining anything because it's so fast. There's really, really only very shallow processing that's happened. But then frequency and length start to become important. And the same is true in our semantic decision task. Those things become progressively more influential as processing gets more extensive. And then if you look at the lexical decision, it's only in the final time window that we have some of the semantic variables predicting response latencies. And then within the semantic decision task, you've got more of the variables simultaneously explaining behavior, so that, and a bit of a shift, so that some of those more language-based semantic variables have an earlier influence than some of the more object-based semantic variables. And this is in keeping with a framework proposed by, among other people, Larry Barsalou has proposed that in semantic processing you might have kind of 2 phases. So the initial phase of meaning information might be more language-focused dimensions, and then object-focused dimensions that require more extensive simulation of sensory motor information might be a little bit later. And you can kind of see that lag happening in Ian's data set. But For our purposes, what's most important is that you've got simultaneous effects of multiple semantic predictors, only some of which are really embodied predictors. Number of features, for instance, is not really embodied, right? It's things like, it's taxonomic information, and it's contextual information, and information about particular aspects of a word's meaning. So we do have evidence for differences in time course, and we also have some task differences. As I mentioned, lexical decision, limited semantic processing, semantic decision, a lot more semantic processing. So if we think about that continuum again, we're really somewhere in the middle, because we've got multiple aspects of meaning influencing behavior. Okay, so here's an interim summary of what I've told you so far. High BOI words tend to be earlier acquired. We saw data to that effect. Words that are high in sensorimotor richness are, in general, processed more efficiently, consistent with those predictions we derived right at the outset. In red, I put some additional findings that I didn't walk you through today, but we also can assume. So we know from other research that if you use fMRI, for instance, to look at the neural correlates of BOI, you generally find that high BOI words tend to selectively recruit areas associated with bodily kinesthetic memory. So left inferior parietal lobule was the area that we found in particular in that 2012 study. We also know so one of the things about BOI is it's a really coarse dimension, right? You're just asking participants about ease of interaction. You don't say much about exactly what the maybe effectors would be that would be involved in that interaction. And so we have done some other work where we really drilled down to figure out, well, what is BOI about? Like, what is the aspect of the BOI dimension that's really driving behavior? And what we found is that it's mostly grasping. So things that you can grasp with your hands are the things that tend to have high BOI ratings and also that tend to facilitate behavior. There are lots of other kinds of, you can have kind of like a full, just sort of proprioceptive motor experience, but that's not really what drives the behavioral effects. It's grasping. And things you can grasp easily, you tend to be able to recognize really easily. We also know from some individual difference work that we've done recently that if you have really good motor imagery skills, you tend to show big BOI effects. So suggesting there might be a shared mechanism between motor imagery and the kind of processing that drives sensory motor effects in language processing. So really interesting mechanistic insights there. Okay, but in general, bodily experience affords richer semantic representations. So even though in a lexical-semantic task, you were doing really shallow, really basic processing, there's evidence in these effects that you are still accessing information about your previous sensory motor experiences with these concepts, which is kind of amazing. Okay, the thing is, I've only been telling you about concrete words. So all of the studies I've shown you so far involve stimuli that had concrete meanings. And concrete words make up only about half, maybe, of the adult lexicon. So this theory we've been building isn't explaining very much. It's really just explaining part of what you know. The other part is words that have more abstract meanings. And those don't necessarily have sensory motor richness. You can't obviously learn the meaning of, say, infinity through your sensory motor system. So there's got to be a whole lot of other mechanisms involved and some other dimensions of meaning. So that's what we will turn to for this next part of the talk. So just to be clear, I'm talking about the concreteness continuum. We think of it now as a continuum, but historically this has sometimes been considered more of a categorical distinction. And here, these are the traditional definitions of what it is to be a concrete or an abstract meaning. So a concrete meaning is a thing or action that exists in reality and can be experienced directly through one of your senses. An abstract meaning, as traditionally defined, is something that cannot be directly experienced through the senses. So this shouldn't be a very satisfactory definition because this definition is about what these words lack, right? So they just don't have sensory motor information. But I think in the definition, you can see the bias that's existed in psycholinguistics to study concrete things and to consider sensory motor information as somehow particularly special. So what is the stuff of abstract concepts? That's what we will turn to now. Well, we know a little bit about abstract meaning from the acquisition data. So in general, abstract meanings are acquired later than concrete meanings. So this is data from Marta Ponari's study where they tracked age of acquisition for abstract meanings across childhood. And so you can see that before the age of 4, the child has less than 10% of their lexicon involves abstract meanings. There's a few early acquired abstract words, but very few. And then as age goes past, as age increases, there is an increasing proportion of the lexicon that is abstract words. And Marta argued there's a bit of an inflection that happens around 7 or 8 years of age where there's a real uptick in acquisition. So interesting to think about what's happening at age 7 or 8 that might accelerate acquisition of abstract meaning, but that's a separate question we can maybe turn to in the discussion. The main thing is abstract words appear to be hard, right? Because they're later acquired and they tend to accumulate slowly through development. Okay, well, I want to show you some data where we did some early digging into what are the dimensions of meaning for abstract concepts. And so when we first looked at this, we were really testing that idea that abstract meaning might, okay, maybe it's not sensory motor because it's abstract, but what could it be? And one of the proposals was emotion information. So a lot of abstract terms, particularly early acquired abstract terms, refer to valenced or emotion concepts. So that's a clue. So emotion could be important. Of course, language experience could also be important. So more language-based aspects of meaning might be particularly predictive. So in this study, we had 400 items, 200 were concrete, 200 were abstract. And then we had 2 different versions of the response task. So some participants responded to the concrete words, so they're looking for concrete meanings. The other half of participants responded to the abstract words, so they're looking for abstract meanings. So you either got the decision, is it an abstract thing, or you got the decision, is it a concrete thing? But the stimuli are the same across the 2 groups. And so there are some key semantic variables. There's a lot of variables in the mix, but there are some key semantic variables we're going to be testing for simultaneous effects of. And they are body-object interaction and imageability, which are the 2 kind of sensory motor dimensions, and then also a dimension we called emotional experience, which is highly correlated with valence, which is the more traditional measure of emotion information. Okay, so as we look at the data, I know this is a lot, so I'm gonna just try and pull out the key things I want you to think about. And so the key findings are in the yellow boxes. The models also included a whole bunch of other things we were controlling for. But the key findings are that for the concrete decisions, responses tended to be facilitated by imageability and BOI, and actually inhibited by emotional experience. And then if you look at the abstract decisions it was the opposite. So they're actually facilitated by emotional information and inhibited by BOI. So one thing that's an interesting insight here is that as people are asked to make a decision about concreteness, they're tending to focus on certain dimensions. And so their behavior is influenced by those more sensory motor dimensions that define concreteness. And then when we asked people to actually judge, is this an abstract thing, they relied on emotion information, and they actually found that sensory motor information was a hindrance to their decision. So getting some early clues about what might be different about the meanings of abstract and concrete things. Also, some insights about, again, how multidimensional semantic processing is, right? So that you're seeing simultaneous effects of multiple semantic variables on top of the effects of a whole bunch of lexical variables. But it's also clear that processing is very task dependent. So it's the same items, right, in both conditions, and yet people are, by the nature of the decision they have to make, they're shifting their processing quite dramatically. Now, a little more on trying to dig into the stuff of abstract words. So this was not an easy thing to take on. In fact, there is something people call the challenge of abstract concepts, which is just how hard it is to explain how we grasp them, how we acquire them, how we retrieve them. And so at one point, one of my PhD students, Lenka Zratislova, who's actually from Prague, she said, you know what, Penny, I think I just want to ask people about concrete and abstract meanings. And I don't want them to know that that's necessarily what I'm wanting them to do, but I think if I create a game, then I can access some really interesting things about concrete and abstract meaning. So that's what she did. So you've probably played a game like this at some point in your life. She called it the taboo task. What happened was participants signed up in pairs. They didn't know their partner. So they arrived at the lab. There were video cameras set up and microphones, and they sat across from each other in the lab, these two students. And each pair of participants was given a little deck of target words. And so the task was, you had a particular set of target words, your partner had a particular set of target words, you took turns, and you had to get your partner to come up with the target word, although you could never say the target word. So taboo was the target word, and you needed to communicate the meaning without actually using the label. So you could use lots of words, and you could gesture. And people were pretty good at this. I mean, it wasn't easy, but they were pretty good at eventually getting their partner to guess the meaning. I think the average response time was just under 2 minutes. Some of the target words on the cards were concrete words, and some were abstract words. So, for example, crisis was one of our targets, and participants had to get their partner to guess this word without actually saying it. So we learned a lot from transcribing the words that people used and from coding the gestures that people used. And what we found was, in general, for concrete meanings, when people were trying to convey a concrete meaning, they tended to refer in their words to objects and entities, and they tended to gesture, but in really iconic ways. So one of the concrete targets was beverage. And so a lot of participants, we should have anticipated this, but a lot of participants were gesturing as if they were drinking from a cup. So that was an iconic gesture. Abstract meanings, harder to convey, so took a bit longer, slightly less accurate. So for abstract meanings, people in their words tended to reference other people, but also themselves. So lots of self-other language. They also tended to talk about mental states, emotions, desires or goals. And in their gestures, because they also gestured a lot, some of them were metaphoric gestures. So for instance, one of the abstract targets was loyalty. And a lot of participants gestured as if they had some like invisible object or like a invisible pet beside them that they were stroking. Another was decision. That was another one of our abstract words. And so I think about 40% of participants made something like this gesture. There was also a lot of just beat gesture for the abstract meanings, presumably because there's just so much effort in conveying some of those meanings that people were working hard, and they were using beat gestures to facilitate their own fluency. So this study is not necessarily a typical lexical-semantic paradigm, but we had some really interesting insights from it. And I wanted to show you, this is a quote from the discussion section of the paper, and I think it kind of sums up some of the ways that this study became a launch point for everything I'm going to tell you about afterwards. So we were talking about how participants conveyed abstract meaning, and we said participants' descriptions of abstract words unfolded against the background of the self or others, situated in specific contexts. So people would often say things like, okay, you know when you are trying to get to, so there was always this kind of put a person in a context with a set of mental states. And experiencing internal states such as intentions, beliefs, emotions, and motivations. So here, I like this quote because I think it captures a number of the clues that we took from this paper. So there's a lot of reference to the self, to others, and so social information seems to be particularly important. Cognition, mental states, beliefs, those are also being referenced. Emotion information, and finally motivation. So these were 4 aspects of the ways people were conveying abstract meaning that potentially could be some of the stuff of abstract meaning. And we wanted to dig into those, but in more typical lexical semantic ways. And that's what that's what I'm going to tell you about next. So to do it, we really needed a semantic decision mega-study, because lexical decision is great, and we have lots of lexical decision data for thousands of people and thousands of items. But as I said, when you're interested in semantics, it's really limited. And so eventually was convinced by mostly Melvin Yap that I needed, that the world needed a semantic decision mega-study, and that it was my responsibility to do it. And so I did. And so that's where the data come from many of the final analyses I'm going to show you today. So to do this mega-study, semantic decision mega-study, which by today's standards doesn't even feel like a mega-study anymore, but at the time it felt really mega. So there are concreteness ratings, as you know, as we heard about in the introduction today. Mark Brisbert's concreteness ratings were really one of the first examples of a really big set of word meaning norms. And he collected them for concreteness along with his colleagues. And so when people made those ratings, they were asked to rate how concrete the meaning of a word was on a 5-point scale, and the results are really reliable. You have words like prevail, which tend to be more on the abstract end of the scale, and you have words like bus that are really high in concreteness. And so in deciding how to do our semantic decision mega-study, the concrete abstract distinction was one I figured we needed to lean into, because every word falls somewhere on this continuum. So we were going to be able to have a lot of items. The other advantage of the concrete abstract distinction is that it's pretty general, right? Because you could make semantic decisions that were like, is it a vegetable? Or is it a vehicle? And so those are very specific semantic categories, and the problem with them is not many words fall into them. And so the processing that people are going to do in order to make a decision about whether something's a vegetable is going to be very specific. They're going to be isolating and focusing on particular dimensions of meaning. And we wanted something that would be higher level than that in terms of the kind of semantic processing. So we took, for our semantic decision task, the items that fall towards the end of the original Brisbert ratings. Those became the stimuli for our study. So the gist of the methodology, this was before COVID, and we actually brought each of these people to the lab when I was at the University of Calgary, and we had standards we set in terms of accuracy that we wanted from them. We also gave them a few other individual difference measures, so there's vocabulary testing for all these participants, which is in the data set, and we've used that in some interesting ways. And so the final data set are 5,000 concrete words and 5,000 abstract words. We actually divided them into 10 lists because we found that most participants couldn't make more than 1,000 decisions. So that was where we capped it. And again, the decision was, is it a concrete or an abstract word? And they had some instructions setting the stage for that decision, which really came straight from the Brisbert ratings in terms of how they defined concreteness and abstractness. So here are some examples of ways that, because this is a mega study, we can dig into questions that had been much debated leading up to that. So as I said, we're in this final phase of the talk. I'm going to talk about some of those candidate dimensions for abstractness: emotion, socialness, cognition, motivation. Emotion first. So there had been quite a bit of work on the effects of emotion in lexical-semantic processing. There's a lot of work on the effects of emotion in memory. They tend to look at valence and arousal as the key dimensions. Valence in particular is the one that explains more variance in lexical processing. And there had been a real debate, because some studies had found that if you look at valence, and valence is typically a 9-point scale with negative on the low end, neutral in the middle, positive high. So what had typically been debated was some studies with small samples, usually between item comparisons, matched across word sets. Some studies had found positive facilitation. So words that have more positive meanings tend to be responded to more quickly and more accurately. That was one pattern, and the negative words more slowly. The other pattern, though, was more of a U-shaped curve. So people were finding that you had facilitated processing for both negative and positive meanings relative to neutral, which was a bit slower. So both patterns had been found. And what I thought was really interesting, and one of the first ways we used the semantic decision megastudy data was to say, is this really a story about concreteness? And so what we did is look at concrete responses and how those are related to valence, abstract responses and look how those are related to valence. And that's what's depicted here. And there's thousands of items in the analysis, and the lowest lines are not necessarily pretty, but take my word for it that when we talk about abstract meaning, the relationship of response time to valence is more of a U-shape. So you've got for abstract meanings, negative and positive are both faster than neutral. Whereas for concrete meanings, you find that other pattern where it's positive faster than neutral, faster than negative. So interesting that because we've got a lot of data now, and of course with the models, we can control for all kinds of other variables that might be important, like frequency, you can find both patterns, essentially, as a function of concreteness. But for our purposes today, what we care about is, does it look like emotion might be an important dimension of abstract meaning? Yes, because processing is facilitated for positive meanings and for negative meanings versus neutral meanings. So there's an advantage when an abstract meaning has valence associated with it, suggesting that valence might be an important dimension of abstract meaning. Okay, what about socialness? Well, to do an analysis of how socialness is related to lexical-semantic processing, we needed to collect some norms. And so Veronica Devika and I, working with Richard Binney, dug into this question of how is socialness related to lexical-semantic processing? And it actually took us on quite a journey through a couple of interesting literatures. Because within psycholinguistics, there had started to be the suggestion that as we think hard about the challenge of abstract concepts, social information might be particularly important to abstract meanings. That was one of the proposals, and you could trace it to, for instance, Anna Borghi's writing often makes that point. So social relevance might be important. We also, though, Richard and Veronica work more in neuropsychology, and they were coming at this question from their experience in the neuropsychological literature, which is where there's a lot of discussion about the social brain and about social salience in neuropsychological findings and neuroimaging findings. So, for instance, there has been in multiple studies the finding that social stimuli, sometimes those are words, not always, social stimuli tend to have more selective processing in the dorsolateral anterior temporal lobe than non-social stimuli. And also this general notion that social is salient or special in terms of neuropsychological processing. But as a psycholinguist, when I looked at that literature, what was striking to me is that many of those studies where they looked at socialness in the brain had defined socialness based on experimenter intuitions or participant ratings, but for a very small set of items. So not much consensus in definition of what it is to be a social concept, and very limited stimuli and limited selection of stimuli. So we needed some norms to dig into this question of whether social is special and whether that's particularly true for abstract concepts. So to do that, we quantified socialness in a recent norms paper. We decided to have a really broad definition. So we said social relevance could be about a social organization, social institution, social role. So we were casting a really broad net, but we thought, well, let's do that. And if we get reliable ratings, more the better, then that suggests people can hold this broad concept in mind and that it's meaningful. And indeed, that's what we found. So despite how broad our definition was, we found reliable ratings where participants said words like custard have very low socialness ratings, and words like family have very high socialness ratings. And then, importantly, looked for effects in behavior. And so this is, I'm summing up here a lot of behavioral explorations of socialness effects. We are looking at some mega-study data, so we're relying on some other mega-studies to look at the effects of socialness. So word or non-word, the first two panels on the left side are about lexical decision, and the check mark means, yes, there's an effect of socialness in terms of lexical decision behavior, even when you control for all the other stuff that should influence lexical decision making. And There are now not just visual lexical decision megastudies, but auditory lexical decision megastudies with various accents. So remarkably rich opportunities to explore the effects of some of these variables. We also looked using the Calgary Semantic Decision Project. We looked at semantic decision making, which is the third and fourth panels as you work your way across. And you can see that, interestingly, there's a facilitatory effect of socialness on concrete decisions, but not on abstract decisions, despite the prediction that socialness might be particularly important for abstract meaning. We're not finding support for that in those data. There's also recognition memory megastudies, and so we looked at whether there's an effect of socialness in those decisions about whether a word has been seen before, and indeed there is. So there's facilitated or more accurate memory for concepts that are more social. And then finally, we did a syntactic classification task ourselves with a factorial manipulation of socialness and concreteness, and found some evidence for socialness effect, but little evidence that it interacted with concreteness. So, to the question of, can we define socialness in a really broad way and get meaningful ratings? Yes, we can. And it does seem to influence behavior, although not in the way that Anna Borghi would have predicted. So we're not finding evidence that it's particularly influential for abstract meanings. Socialness seems to be it's influential, but it's broader than just abstract concepts. What about motivation? So this is the next variable, the second to last variable I'm going to tell you about today before we put it all together. So this is, we're calling it motivation. It's certainly an aspect of reward processing. This is work that Irina is here today. This is work that she led, and she has a poster tomorrow where she looks at neuroimaging data with the motivation dimension, but also with socialness at 4 something. Yeah. So check that out tomorrow. So we wanted to have some norms, anticipating we would want to do some neuroimaging studies and other behavioral studies. We wanted to have some norms for motivation. So to me, this was really interesting because when I started doing lexical-semantic processing work decades ago, people weren't really talking, certainly they weren't talking much about semantic influences and sensory motor influences, and they definitely weren't talking about reward in the context of lexical processing. But we had reason to believe that it might matter and would reflect some really interesting processing as people are doing these very basic lexical-semantic tasks. They are nonetheless thinking hard about lots of different aspects of word meaning. And so wanted to test whether motivation might be one of those. So to be clear, what we are looking at is the extent to which meanings were related to motivation. So chocolate is not going to be the word that gets the highest ratings. I know that chocolate is very motivating, as are other things associated with reward, but we were asking a slightly different question because some of the variability that is about the meaningfulness of chocolate had already been captured by things like valence and arousal. So we define this as a sense of desire to achieve or obtain a goal, regardless of whether positive or negative. So really trying to get at that aspect, which is, that this will drive behavior, right? So this is a concept that is about behavioral drive. And so I'm giving you some examples here of the kinds of ratings we got. And of course, these are, we've been very careful in doing these norms studies to make sure we are selecting items that have high overlap with other data sets and with behavioral megastudies as well. These are, like the other studies, these are open, the norms are open and available for download. And so although I'm giving you this brief piece of the instructions, take my word for it, the participants get extensive training and much longer instructions in the actual study. But nonetheless, these are some of the ratings you get. So aspiration or ambition are 2 of the highest rated words in these motivation norms. But again, nice to know that you can quantify this, should be useful for others who want to study this aspect of meaning. Most importantly, does it matter for behavior? So because we've been choosing items that have high overlap with other mega studies, we have pretty good sample sizes in each of these analyses. So what we've got on the left side is lexical decision task and also the word knowledge task from the English crowdsourcing project. And then on the right, we've got semantic decisions from the Calgary Semantic Decision Project. On the top panel, the responses for concrete words. On the bottom panel, the responses for abstract words. And so there's a lot here because we do have a lot of variables in the model. So we're showing you that first of all, we put in the model those things we know matter for lexical-semantic processing, which is length and frequency and age of acquisition. But then we dig into some simultaneous semantic effects. And you can see that there's some task variability, so the different predictors move further away from that center line depending on the task and their congruency with the task. But in general, what we're seeing is that motivation does have an incremental effect alongside these other semantic predictors. It's the general takeaway. So yes, motivation influences behavior as collected in ARENA's ratings. And yes, particularly for abstract words. So in the Calgary Semantic Decision Task Analysis, the effect of motivation was present for abstract decisions, but not for concrete decisions. So evidence that this might be one of the dimensions that is the stuff of abstract words. Okay, last dimension, last new dimension that I'm going to introduce to you today. If you think about what participants were saying in Lenka's study with the taboo task, they were talking a lot about mental states and beliefs. And one of the proposals about abstract meaning is that it is in part about introspection, and that introspection and internal states, not just in terms of emotion, but also in terms of cognitive states, might be important to abstract meaning. And so we wanted to try and dig into that idea. So to do it, we needed norms for cognition. So we asked participants about cognitive relevance instead of social relevance, and we gave them a definition of what cognitive relevance would mean and the kind of states that we were, or actions that we were trying to probe. And so, again, very highly overlapping set of items with the previous studies to allow congruent analyses. And here are the kinds of ratings we got. So cactus has very low cognition, but belief is one of the highest items in our norms. So in terms of behavior, I've collapsed 4 tasks into this figure, and so as a result, I'm not sure it's super effective. But as before, you can see that we put in length and frequency, and these are the data for lexical decision, but also for semantic decisions for the same items. And the takeaway is that there is a cognition effect, although I realize it's very hard to see. There is a cognition effect, so responses are facilitated, and they are, in terms of reaction time, but they're also more accurate when words have more cognitive relevance, everything else being controlled through statistical analyses. And that is true in particular for abstract decisions, and more for abstract decisions than for concrete decisions. So just to summarize, we do have a cognition effect in behavior. Behavior is facilitated when words have cognitive relevance or relevant to mental states and actions. And yes, particularly for abstract words. So another clue about what it is that abstract meaning comprises. Now, I realize I've told you about a lot of variables today. And so what I want to do in this final section is to bring some of it together and put it all in the same pot and say, okay, if you have all of these predictors, what does the overall semantic space look like? So how does this all fit together? How do these things land? Is cognition different than motivation? Is socialness different than valence? Are they incremental or not? So I have a factor analysis I want to show you, and then some network analyses. So we are factor analyzing semantic space, and what that means is we're taking these items that overlap across all of these norms and behavioral mega-studies, and there's about 7,500 of those items, and we're going to include in the mix some measures of sensory motor experience. Now we're moving beyond BOI. I'm happy to say that there are the Lancaster norms, for example, from Lynott and Connell, where they actually broke down, because remember I said BOI is a pretty coarse measure of sensory motor experience. And so these are much more precise. They break down different kinds of action, whether it's haptic or interoceptive, for example. So across the senses, across the modalities, you have different measures of action. And then also perception. So you have foot and leg action, but then you also have interoceptive sense. So there are multiple dimensions here, which are all capturing different aspects across different effectors and across whether it's an action or a sensation, sensory motor experience. And then we've also got some measures of emotional experience. Interestingly, the first dimension is motivated cognition. And yet this is all the items. Like half of them are concrete. They're not all abstract. So motivated cognition is coming through as the first factor in this analysis. Some other things we were curious about, where does socialness land? Is it sitting with valence or is it somewhere else? Well, as you can see, socialness, which is up at the top there, is actually, we had a dimension we called social interaction, where you're getting some other aspects which are about verbal communication, really, and that's where socialness is. You can see some interesting distinctions across effectors when it comes to the tactile or haptic modality. So some sense that hands might be a little different than the rest of the body in terms of perception. Back to that point I made earlier about the primacy of grasping for sensory motor experience. Okay, so this is when you put everything together. But I've been talking a lot today about abstract meaning and concrete meaning and how that's an important distinction. So the next model I want to show you is, well, first of all, let me talk about this distinction a little bit. So these are, for the full data set, this is just a bit of descriptive information about how all of those variables compare or contrast across the concrete abstract distinction. So this is kind of telling you what is diagnostic of abstract meaning versus concrete meaning. So the big differences, as you can see across the top, cognition. So abstract meanings have a lot more cognitive relevance. Abstract meanings also have a lot more interoceptive sense. They are higher in motivation. They're higher in socialness, but socialness is an interesting case because socialness is higher for abstract meaning than concrete, but socialness actually structures concrete semantic space more than it does abstract semantic space. So some interesting differences there. And then visual information, of course, is quite different as well. So you've got a lot more visual information associated with concrete concepts than abstract. Now, what does this look like if you factor analyze concrete semantic space? So here I am being more stringent. So if something had low communalities, I took it out of the mix. So that led to the exclusion of head, action, valence extremity, dominance, semantic diversity, and average neighborhood size. So all those things dropped out. And now the factors are a little bit different. The solution is different when you take just those concrete meanings. If we look at just the abstract meanings, which was really our focus for the latter part of the talk, what was really surprising to me was the first factor, because these are abstract meanings. And yet, much of their structure is aligning with things that we think of as being sensory motor. So interesting insights there about how perhaps abstract meanings are not, it's unfair to say they are devoid of sensory motor meaning, but it has different relevance. Okay, last data I'd like to show you are from a paper that came out last year At the time, we didn't yet have motivation and cognition ratings. But what we wanted to do was to say, what is the interrelationship? What is the network structure within concrete concepts? What is the network structure within abstract concepts? This is enabled because we have so many data points now with so many variables. And some interesting things came through in these analyses. So there's a lot that's the same. So I don't want you to leave the talk today thinking that there are massive differences between concrete and abstract concepts. There's a lot of overlap in what structures semantic space, but there are some differences. So when you look at centrality, the most central variable in the organization and the network structure of concrete meanings is haptic information. Whereas for abstract meanings, the most central organizing variables are interception and mouth action. And so the mouth action one is really interesting. Anna Borgi would take that quite literally and really feels like mouth movement and its relationship to inner speech are particularly important for abstract meaning. I'm not sure I'm prepared to go there, but I do think that communicative behavior is very important for abstract meaning and that that's partly what we're seeing there. So really big differences. Another difference is that if you want to predict, if we just have one glance back to the acquisition point where we started today, the best predictor of acquisition for concrete words is sensory motor. So it's going to be haptic and it's going to be visual. Those are what drive acquisition, predicting acquisition for concrete meanings. Predicting acquisition for abstract meanings, it's going to be more affective. So it's going to be emotion and it's going to be a little bit of introspection. That's what drives or best predicts acquisition for abstract meanings. All right, so final takeaway messages from me. I think if you harken back to that framework I started with and the continuum of embodiment, we need to be somewhere in the middle. And we need to be a place in the middle that allows multiple representations of meaning. So you need to have dimensions of meaning that include sensory motor information for sure, but you also need linguistic experience, social, different dimensions of interoceptive information. Those all seem to be relevant. And the relative importance of each dimension varies by concept. So you have different, so the abstract concrete distinction would be an important piece of mapping that difference across concepts. But it's not like a whole hog, throw the dimensions away and bring in some new ones. It's more about relative importance and interrelationships between the dimensions. So I think we are safely in the middle of this continuum, and if you want to move forward with an understanding of where I think we should be in theoretical space, it's somewhere in that weak embodiment, which is almost an unfortunate label. It's somewhere in the weak embodiment space, particularly the multiple representation series. And I think without mega studies and big data in psycholinguistics, we wouldn't yet be there. So I think those data have enabled some really interesting insights about where we sit in the continuum of embodiment and what that means for lexical-semantic space. So thank you for your attention today, and thanks to my fabulous collaborators. Oh, you've got microphones. So yeah, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for a wonderful talk. We have a few minutes for discussion. Please use the mics. We have two assistants here who will bring you the mic. So if you raise your hand, you'll get the mic, and then you can start asking.
Hello. Thanks for your presentation. It was great. I'm wondering if you were thinking about taking this not to in the direction of differences between modalities or between types of concepts, but between people. So let's say abstract concepts may be represented by more of effective content and less of specific body content. You may need also more or stronger network of lexical and conceptual connections. But if you have, well, or to me, one of the possible interpretations is that if you, people who don't just have such a dense network of lexical and conceptual connections should have relatively more effective content in the abstract representation. So have you been thinking along these sorts of lines?
Yes, absolutely. So I think that's a fabulous question. And there is, I mentioned that we had done a little bit of work initially looking at individual differences in motor imagery and whether that mapped to BOI effect size, and it does. We've replicated that a couple of times now. But on the abstract side, I think there's huge potential for looking at those individual differences. So Hannah Kornblum, who's just starting her doctorate, finished her master's thesis, was essentially looking at individual differences in mentalizing ability and how those are related to the cognition effect. And indeed found that participants who had stronger mentalizing skills, and it's interesting too, because I feel like the measurement of that dimension is not yet psychometrically strong, so there's some room to measure it more extensively. It's related to theory of mind, but the idea is that even in a neurotypical adult population, you could find individual variability in mentalizing skill. Some people are really good at making inferences about other people's mental states, and some less motivated to do that. And so that difference seems to map to the extent to which people show a cognition effect. So what that suggests to me is, as we think about this variability across tasks and across concepts, there's also huge variability as a function of individual differences, and I think ways that are super interesting because they allow additional theoretical insights. So I think it's, the frameworks would absolutely, the multiple representation view expects task differences. It expects differences across concepts. It also predicts individual differences. And I think the literature is just starting to dig into that. And so I think this is going to be a fruitful area for further study. I also really love that individual differences might have been elevated to the point where they are allowing theoretical insights, because I feel like for so long individual differences has kind of been this backwater of cognitive psychology. So it's great to see it fronted with real kind of theoretical heft. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another question, please.
Thank you for your amazing presentation. Thank you for all the data that you have been using for the last 10 years. So yeah, very nice to see all this literature. Thank you very much. So just to try to link all these ideas with lexical processing and semantic representation, I'd like to know if you can go a step further or 2 steps further and relink and try to put your kind of results, all these dimensions, in models of lexical processing, lexical representation, pretty much in the field of psycholinguistics. But if you go 2 steps further, if you can link this to more theoretical theories of semantic representation and semantics in linguistics.
Yeah, so great question, a really big one. So yeah, I have today limited the theoretical space to the theories that have something to say about sensory motor processing and whether there's grounding in sensory motor information. And there are a number of ways that could be captured in various models. I think one of the most exciting pieces in terms of theoretical development is around predictive processing. So it's very interesting to think about most of the effects I've shown you today are effects that arise when you look at single word processing. And things are very different as soon as there is more linguistic context and people are able to derive predictions. I mean, the task demands, the effects we see where we see big differences across tasks, those are about predictive processing and about people deciding, okay, my task is to decide if something's concrete. I am anticipating the kinds of information that are going to be important to this decision, and those are going to become more salient in my responses. So I think the next step in terms of affording real theoretical advances will be working with context and looking at the effects. And you need a great deal of sensitivity, I think, to be able to detect those effects. But with many items. We have, I think additional possibilities for sensitivity to figure out how does this semantic richness get modulated by context, and what does that mean in terms of fitting for different theoretical possibilities.
Right. Thank you very much. I think our time is up and it's time for coffee break. So thank you again for a wonderful lecture. Just like for you to know, I was misled by Czech when I told you that it's on the second floor. In English, you would say on the third floor, because we consider the first floor as the floor 0 in Czech. So it's third floor, sorry.
I'm Erin, like he said, and I wanted to start with a thank you because it always is the last slide that you're rushing through, so I like to put it at the beginning. But I really appreciate being invited to the talk. It's kind of an honor to get to talk with your heroes. As soon as we find Emmanuel, wherever he's at, so I'm stalling for him, and to get to come to such a lovely place, and I've never been. To everybody who's here today, who's at least checking your email while listening to me talk, right? And to the team that made this project I'm specifically going to talk about happen because I couldn't have done it by myself. So a quick outline for the talk today. I'm going to talk about big science because I have been involved in it in the last 8 or so years, and it's really shaped a lot of my current career. And I think it's the thing that's next, if you will. So collaborations. And then specifically the semantic priming across many languages as a case study for how big team science in linguistics can go, especially when you have no money, because we didn't when we started that project. And so talking about the cultural and linguistic challenges, this is a great audience. I never get to talk about this stuff. Normally I like just talking about, oh, look, priming. It's great. So I want to talk about everything that went wrong. The technical and methodological hurdles that you might run into while running one of these studies, the ethics and governance questions, so how does GDPR and other institutions' IRB boards affect what we're doing, managing people, this is what you spend 90% of your time doing, unsurprisingly, lots of email, and then authorship and thinking about how we structure collaborations so they're equally beneficial for all types of people. So that's what I'm going to work through. I have a lot of really ridiculous stories that hopefully you'll find amusing. But I want to start with what is big team science? And I think this is a question that's slowly being answered, but hasn't totally been answered yet because everybody's interpretation of big is different. And so we were talking in the hallway about what's the difference between a mega study and a large study, and I'm I don't know anymore. Same idea with big team science. Right? So any type of collaboration is 2 or more people working together. And so people say big team science is something that is unusually large number of people because it's a way to hedge your bets and not pick a number. Okay, thank you, Nicholas Coles. And we have been really working in this area. And when I say we, I'm often talking about the Psychological Science Accelerator. I'm the current director with Savannah Lewis, but I've been working with the PSA for a long time. And so what Savannah and I did was you know what, why don't we just look at the data, figure out what defines big team science. So we ran a study on Scopus through Elsevier, where we looked at what was the 90th percentile. So if I look at all the papers ever published in their database in English, also been working with the PSA, where a normal number of authors is 300. So 11 or more is still a lot of people to manage. And then just to kind of show you how the distribution of the data looks separated by area. So the health sciences and the life sciences kind of overlap. You can have papers in both of those areas. So this is a lot of the Human Genome Project, a lot of those big medical papers studying cancer. So they sort of figured out faster than us in that final box that more people means more resources, means we get more done. Okay. The physical sciences have a long history of big team science, starting with CERN, and they tend to actually have most papers with the largest number of authors, and the social sciences are oh right, we're coming too. So we're finally getting up there as well, but we tend to have less numbers of authors. There's a history of this lone genius idea that if you weren't the sole author on a paper, then it dilutes your contribution for some reason. Okay, but we are getting better at that. And then you can see from the right panel that it's actually relatively unusual to have multiple institutions within a manuscript. 2 is the bottom because 2 authors from 2 different places. But that is also slowly changing. So with the internet and kind of the way the world is now, it's easier to collaborate with people across borders. And then a picture of the number of publications. I just find this super fascinating. So this is the side is 2 to 10 authors. So the physical sciences are just increasing exponentially, probably because they don't have to deal with people, right? Studying people is hard. They call us the soft science. I'm like, have you talked to humans before, right? You have to ask them permission, first of all, right? And then you have to deal with it if they're having a bad day. So I don't think atoms have bad days where they just don't want to run your study correctly, right? But we're getting there, right? So we're the little purple dots in social science, which is where linguistics, psycholinguistics is classified. And so we do see an increase in the number of collaborative papers, and then now slowly, really starting in the late 2020s due to COVID and people thinking about how to save their careers with no participants, you see this increase in the number of big publications as well. Okay. It looks like a small number, but it's actually in the several thousands. It's just in comparison to physics and health sciences, we're a little behind. But I do want to talk about two types, and unfortunately, the one I really want you to see is black. So blame Timo Rodiger. But two types of big team science projects are individual one-off things. Mini labs is a great example. Those are all run by different people. The Open Science Collaboration, which was one of the first big replication projects in psychology. So people can run these sort of one-off projects, or you can have organizations. And it's actually becoming quite ridiculous at this point, but there are many minis. So every year in October, we run an online conference called BTSCon, if you're interested, where you can learn about all these different organizations and what we're doing. The Psych Science Accelerator is the only one without mini in its name, really. There's CRAPE, who does collaborative replications focused at the undergraduate level. Many babies, dogs, primates, birds, fishes, otters presented last year, and it was amazing because they have otters solving and a new self-promote, and I'll talk more about this at the end, is many languages. So a couple of us who are interested in these big team studies in languages, especially after this project I'm going to talk about today, survived 2 moves across the country and several probably emotional breakdowns. We saw that this could work, so why not do it for linguistics? And that's really important for a couple slides from now. But why this thing is a thing now, why do we have this now? And that can really be tied to this increasing globalization in science. Right? So the availability of the internet, these toolkits where we can talk to each other by Zoom or Slack, GitHub, all these tools and patterns of stuff we can use. And then the kind of push in different funding institutions for increased collaboration. Now that obviously changes with different administrations. I'm American, so that's become actually a problem because they want us to be very globalized, but they don't want us to send money anywhere outside of the States, which makes those two things kind of in conflict. But do big science, just do it here. So we're cheating. Don't tell my PO, right? But we're gonna work on ways to globalize science, right? Because the study of humans is the study of humans, not the study of English-speaking Americans. There was a big crisis, everyone's heard about this, but I like the way that Nelson et al. Put it a little better as our renaissance in thinking about methods and data policies and practices, right? So the questionable research practices, open science movement, all this stuff is happening at the same time. And I had just got out of graduate school when that BEM paper happened. So imagine I've spent 4 years learning, here are all the things that you do, and then suddenly everybody's like, just kidding, all of that's bad. So it's been really interesting to me to be working in especially methods and stats and thinking about how much that has changed since I've got out of school. All right, then of course the Henrik's paper on weird science. People don't love this acronym anymore, it's sort of lost its favor, but it is sort of the first really strong paper to point out that most of science is Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. This is not a surprise to probably anybody in this room that most research is published in English, and it comes from the Americas and Western Europe. So how do we solve some of those problems? Well, big teams. And it is really successful. Okay? Depending on your metric of success, mine is that we make an impact, but there are entire subsections of journals dedicated to replication reports and publishing these kind of big collaborative efforts. So AMPS will publish these kind of bigger team science papers. There is increasing interest in these projects. The first couple times we did these grants, we got some really questionable reviews about why we would want something where a lot of people are involved when 2 people could do it just fine, and we were like, have you? Okay. Mostly we were like, you haven't tried this yet, because if you had 2 people, you would lose your mind. Right? Way too much work. But now we're seeing an increase and an uptick in the amount of money that people are willing to spend on these projects. So the PSA, for example, got a couple $1 million from the John Templeton Foundation to run several projects. Working on finishing. And then, spoiler alert for the end, I also recently received some funding to do one of these large projects. So I will hit the goal of increasing collaboration, because if you're interested, I would love to have more collaborators involved. And then if you look at the things that your workplace cares about, you know, this whole job, tenure, promotion, that stuff, they are usually in high impact journals, and they do tend to get lots of citations. So do mega studies, by the way. So either one of these kinds of papers tends to have a higher impact just because it's either data that's available and or a large cross-language for our interests, or cross-cultural comparison. So since I'm super familiar with the PSA, I'll tell you mostly about that, but I know Mini Babies is also very successful in publishing. They have 10 or 12 papers now. But we have 10 or more papers with research or data involved in them. There's 3 in progress, one of which needs a swift kick in the pants, but that's my job when I get back. And then 4 of them that are about to start. So if you're super interested in being involved in these, it's actually usually a fairly low lift. If you have data collection or translation abilities, we're always looking for translators. You can send me an email and I can direct you to where you can find out more. So that's my plug for the PSA. But thinking about like what we're here to talk about today, how does this tie back into this like idea of big data? Right? So big team science really requires us to rethink our methodologies. They're sort of tied to often the lab. So I was interested in how many of Penny's studies were actually in person, or kind of thought about from a very Western-centric perspective. So we really have to rethink how we run studies. And a paper that I did with, which I think would be considered a big team paper, I think there were 11 of us, or more, with Agatha, and I won't butcher her last name, shows us that linguistics is still very heavily weird. And so we did a kind of a scoping review, very similar to the Hardwick papers, like who's doing open practices. And what we find is that we're looking at the author's affiliation. You know, where is that located in these kind of UN categories? Okay, what languages did they do, right? or analyze, or investigate, or provide data for? And then the 2 bars are pre and post crisis. And what we see is that it's getting better across time, but it's still very heavily North America, which is the bottom of both of them, essentially. English in the big green, and then North America in the kind of teal color, and then also Northern and Western Europe. So it still dominates most of the research that you see. And this is any author affiliation, not just first. It is worse in the first position. So how do we change that? Because there are tons of cool languages that don't get a lot of data. So where do we make that difference? So I'll talk about the SPAML. I thought I was going to get away with not talking about priming this year, but here we are. So I will happily talk about priming, but I think I've given half of this talk like 10 times at this point. So let me tell you about the project itself, and then we'll get into like what happened. So the scope was to do a big team science study on semantic priming across a bunch of languages. My dissertation was actually on priming, and then I drifted away for a while, and now I've come back. Because there's really not a lot of data in this area. There's only one other that I can find big study, and that's Keith Hutchinson's semantic priming project, which is in English. So what, like, I know there's priming in Japanese, but how does that relate to English? And when you start to compare people's data, if they share it, there's too many holes. So Penny talked about this as well, where comparing data sets that are available can often restrict the amount of words that you can have analyses for. So our goals: create this large-scale multilingual priming data set, test whether that priming works in different languages and cultures. I know during the review process, Mark Breisbarb was like, "What do you do if you don't find priming?" I was like, "Cry?" I was like, I don't know, because semantic priming is very consistent, right? We spend a lot of time manipulating. Is it automatic? Is it controlled? Can I move it up and move it down? But priming is like very consistent. Okay? It got a lot of bad press there for a while, but that was more of the social stuff. And then what can we tell? If we have the same word pairs for every language, what can we figure out about culture and language? Because they're very hard to disentangle. So some stats from the final project, and then I'll get into everything that went wrong. So we ended up with 30 languages with at least one participant. So not all of those are currently fully formed yet. There were 19, I think, that had our minimum data collection requirements on them. But still, the other data is there for you to use. Okay, so here's the list. If it has a star next to it, it was part of our pre-registered plan. Okay. And so those definitely finished. And then we had some other ones that were kind of bonus finishes, thanks to a lot of folks, especially in Italy, who were like, "We're getting this done. Here's 10, here's 100 more participants." And Hungary, so Balázs, I can't say Balázs's last name, Asel? Don't tell him I pronounced it wrong. His lab has done many big team projects as well. So if you're interested in other folks doing social psych, their lab did one of the big moral trolley problem studies. But they helped us collect a lot of data. And Hungarian's not a well-covered language, so I was really excited to have it. We had 133 labs complete ethics documentation, and 126 actually collected data. And that's really normal for people to drop out. That's one thing I always tell folks when they start these projects, fully expect people to be excited until the rubber hits the road, my very American phrase here, where people will drop out once life happens and things get started. But we did get data in 41 geopolitical regions. That wording is on purpose, because depending on who you are and who you talk to, some places are not actually countries, right? So we're always trying to be sensitive of those cultural variations and whether or not people believe how Taiwan should be described, Kosovo, Iran and Iraq. So I like to call it geopolitical region because that seems to be a little bit more acceptable than the word country. So here's a first hint at things that can go wrong. The people involved. So we had 325 official authors. Do you want to know how long that takes to enter into journal system? I think you probably know, yeah. Forever. Some journal systems actually don't allow you to enter more than 50 or so you have to attach this side thing and then they fix their system. So AMPS did that to us. And then Nature Human Behavior, for all the money that Springer has the worst system. So every 3 or 4 authors you have to save or it'll crash, and it takes 2 whole minutes to save and reopen. And so if you do some math there, it's several hours and many beers. It takes a long time. We had 393 people who did complete at least 1 credit category, so they would have been authors if they had managed to not disappear on us. So it's another problem that we have, is making sure that everyone gets the credit that they deserve, but students graduate and they run away. Or people don't pay attention to their email. So that's one of the things I'll talk about in a little bit. For participants, we had 35,000 open, at least open the study link and like get through the practice trials. 31,000 made it through at least one study trial, but the really usable part is about 26 or 7,000 participants. For comparison, the semantic priming project has like 800 participants. So they do have more words, but we have more languages. Not that it's a competition at all. Keith was like, I never want to do priming again. I was like, well, I guess I'm taking up the torch. And I think the analysis in the paper is on like 25 or something because of other restrictions, but this is the data that's available for people to use. So a ton of participants. I never would have thought this was imaginable leaving graduate school. It would have been studies of 50, and that would have been large. Right? So this is something that I find really amazing, and it allows us to really think about what is the size of the effect. Because one of the arguments in the priming literature is like, how big is it? Right, so 35 milliseconds earlier is sort of your normal size, but like now we can actually say this is probably what you should expect if you don't do anything. No manipulations, no, differences in intertrial interval, that kind of stuff. So why should this matter, right? Like why even do this sort of thing? So the amount of data available is sparse, so this is another big data problem. What can I learn from all of this? Right? Priming is like one of the things that a lot of people use to investigate different cognitive processes, automatic versus controlled, and this process and that process. So having those data sets really allows us to think about thinking, right? And cross-linguistic data allows me to say, okay, this isn't just an English thing, right? This is the effect in general. This is a human cognition thing. So if we can take apart what is cognitive processing versus what is cultural context, I think that would be really interesting, getting more at the base functionality. And I have feelings about data sets, so I was really excited about the themes of the talks because I've written a couple papers on how data is now more readily available. The publication rates of these have skyrocketed, as Jan said at the beginning, and the amount of non-English data has also been skyrocketing. So this is a paper from a couple years ago in BRM where we talk about what's available, and we're actually working on part 2 right now. So soon you will have a data set of data sets that's updated. More on that at the end. And I show this slide, I think, every time because I have beagles, and I'm just really attached to these pictures. I know y'all know what semantic priming is, but I'm attached to my beagle spoon picture. So if we think about priming in its like base definition, right? If I have cat, dog, I'm faster at dog because cat came first, then if I have dog, spoon, or the other way, sorry, spoon, dog. So we're comparing the same word, so we don't have like frequency effects or length effects or all these other problems because it's the same literal word. Now, you do have the problem with the first word, but if we think about the target word, it should have less of an interactive effect with these other variables like what Penny talked about. And we're faster when they're did versus when they're not. And I could probably spend an entire month talking about similarity definitions and relationships. But let's just assume, pick your favorite relationship, and you should be faster because it's related. Now, these are my actual dogs. So I tried to get a cute picture of this, and they both were not having it. So instead, I'm spamming you with them sleeping because they're cute, and we needed a quick mental break. Okay, so these are Bodhi and Utah. And that's probably what they're doing right now at home because it's 4 a.m. So let's get into the problems. So I wanted to start with cultural and linguistic challenges because I think this is the best audience to talk about cross-cultural issues and language at the same time. Okay. I tell this to other people and they're like, huh, I never would have thought about that. I'm like, that's because you don't study words. Okay. So the first one, I'll start with this whole one, that affects so many different outputs. This is a traditional QWERTY keyboard. Most Americans use, most people who speak English use. And it's a layout that is very, very hard to get something different from actually in the US. Okay. But if we look at, I picked the Czech keyboard, because of where we're at. They actually tend to use a QWERTY Z keyboard. It's actually more common in German and parts of Europe. It's a little bit different. And so if you're doing a priming study, where the main goal is to get people to whack the keys, how do you pick the same keys across contexts, right? So if I want to keep their hands in a specific place on a keyboard, right, like they're here. What we had to do basically was in the sign up for the study, we had to be like, take a picture of your, send it to us, or like send us a link to the Wikipedia for your keyboard. And that works pretty well, actually. Some of the trickier ones were in Great Britain. There's a slightly different bottom row from the QWERTY keyboard, but we were able to make it work. Okay? So that you weren't too close together, because that can cause you issues if the response keys are like really close. However, Chinese, either simplified or traditional of its main two branches, right? All different keyboards. It is not unusual to see, like if you were to go to a coffee shop, everybody has a different layout. Or you can't assume that the keys that they're pressing have anything to do with what the keyboard's going to do. So a lot of keyboards have different layers that you can kind of turn on and off. If you're a multilingual person, you might have this sort of thing. So I have a couple of friends who are Russian who had to help me with the Russian version because I don't have those keys on my keyboard, so I had like, will you test this for me? Thanks. Where they just like press a couple keys and it switches to Cyrillic and then they can switch back to Latin. Okay, so this, if you're super word nerd, the history of Chinese keyboards is super fascinating. There's a couple podcasts on it, there's a couple books on it, and how they solved the language problem, is what they call it, is a picture of one of their original ideas behind the keyboards because, you know, you're talking about 2,000 plus characters. How do we translate that to typing? Unfortunately, what won the battle is that many folks type in pinyin, which is the Latinized kind of sound to spelling to get the character, which is like super unfortunate because then you're sort of switching it back to the more majority world, right? But that was another one. So what we ended up doing for Chinese was the numbers on the top row because that is actually fairly consistent. Cool. So one problem I had anticipated, but with still like every lab, we had to ask, okay, what does your keyboard look like? What are your students going to be typing on? Then you rove into the problem of cultural practices in research. Okay? So there are cultural restrictions on what is and isn't appropriate to say and do to participants. That probably isn't too surprising. So we had to take the alcohol, like whiskey and cognac, which is actually one of our best word pairs. It works in every language. No idea if it works in Arabic because we weren't allowed to show it to them. I'm sure it would. And any kind of sexuality-related words due to human body parts or like I think lesbian was in the data set as well. We just weren't allowed to show them because it was culturally inappropriate. It was like, okay, cool, ditched. So they're in the items that we developed because we had everything translated, but we weren't allowed to show them. And it was sort of, take this out or we can't participate, and we said, okay, cool, we'll take it out. Another example that I didn't write in here is a current study running that uses spring, summer, and fall, like the words autumn, you know, like they're talking about the seasons, but in some cultures those are also names, so they had to change the example items because they wanted to make sure it was seasons and not names. So some things about translation can also kind of get you tripped up. I know way too much about GDPR to not be living in Europe, but it is fairly tricky in some countries. It is an EU regulation that every country interprets in their own magical way, depending on what feelings they're having that day. So while I think it's really cool because the US should be better at this, it's very hard to know if you're following it in the way that you want to, you know, best practices. So convincing France, for example, that it was okay that the data was going to be stored in the US was tricky. And even though we had very little personal information in our study, whereas Italy was like, whatever, we don't care, right? So for our Italian labs, they actually do a lot of cool stuff where they will review things at the country level, which makes life so much easier. But they were like, this is, we don't even need to review this. There's no danger here. I'm like, the danger of being bored to death, because like Penny described, this is a very boring task. Participants hate it. It's super mind-numbing. But Italy is like, yeah, whatever. France was like, whoa, you're gonna ask them about gender? Whoa. It's wild. I'm like, you guys are in the same like geographical region. Why can't you get along? So I always pick on Maya Becker, who's one of our big PSA folks, about how particular France is. We got away with it because that was the only real questionable question, so to speak. But you definitely cannot ask about like politics or religion without going through extra layers of review. So, you have to keep in mind who's going to care about what you're asking in these studies. And then the extra added layer of our adaptation linguistically. Okay. God bless my Spanish team. I wanted to send them all cake because they got together and were like, we're going to do this. Because there's many different forms of Spanish, right? So we have a lot of Latin American labs in the PSA, which is wonderful, and then we have our traditional European Spanish, and they sat down and figured out how to make all of the words work for all of the languages. My Portuguese folks could not agree. So our European Portuguese and our Brazilian Portuguese are 10 or 20% different, but it was very serious. So, which is fine. They're the experts in that language. But I just remember being like, but Spanish. So we had to adapt not only the words that we were using, but also the instructions to these slight cultural differences. And if you think about 133 labs, and if every lab wants to adapt theirs slightly differently, you're talking about one of the next problems, which is the technological hurdle of having to program that every single time in a different way. Okay. But that's what we do. But then you kind of worry, too, that it's not going to be comparable. Okay, this is probably now too small to read, but this happened to me last night. So I was sitting, I love Coke. Give me a Coke. Give me a Diet Coke, but you can't get Diet Coke in this country. So I was drinking my Coke Zero, and I was like, oh, look, it's one with actual check on it, because I've been getting like ones with English on them. Okay, what does this word mean? And the word is, I don't know how to say this, but it's CHABR? Nobody? I think what Coke thought it meant was friend. So my partner saying with me, hey, what, this is Czech, what does this one mean? And he goes, well, Reddit tells me that it's a friend you made in prison. And I was like, that doesn't feel culturally appropriate. Is that what Coke was going for? But it turns out it's probably now more of like a young person slang. And I am apparently not a young person anymore, so I'm not allowed to use it. But I was like, of course it's gonna happen right the day before I wanna talk about making sure you understand the cultural implications of what you're doing. So we try to be really sensitive to those differences. Now, then the problem becomes, okay, we'll deal with all this different programming. How do I even plan stimuli? And this is a part of the project that I'm really proud of. So we have 1,000 word pairs that are the same, as best we can match across languages. And that's Q-target related pairs. Okay? So that means that we then had to make 1,000 shuffled pairs. I'll talk about that problem in a minute. And then all the non-words. And so it was like, okay, how do I plan this to be culturally sensitive? Because there is a strong temptation to pick words that work in English and just translate them and assume that they're going to be the same. And so it was like, let's not do that as much as we can, because then that is me persisting this Americanization of research. So we were like, okay, let's just let the data tell us what to do. So in our field of big text, if you haven't used the Open Subtitles corpus, it's really great. It's a nice free resource. Most of the frequency data sets that we have that have been published across the last 10 years are from the Open Subtitles corpus. Gary Lupian's also been doing a bunch of really cool stuff with it. So it's a great, it also has the translations in a lot of the languages. So we took that, we downloaded all the languages that we had that were available, and we said, okay, we need nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs, right? I jokingly tell my students these are the big four, because the rest of the words are just sort of glue that holds the sentence together. Well, that means I have to have a part-of-speech tagger in all those languages, right? Thankfully, UDPipe, which is the Universal Dependencies Group's package that takes all these different tree banks that are available and kind of standardizes them and formats them, uses that data. So while there are cool things in Python, this is the one time that R actually wins the battle here, where you can part-of-speech tag, limitize, and dependency parse languages. So if you're familiar with Spacey, that's the Python version, they actually have more languages. And so it's really way too tiny, but it's just showing you that it will tag the words for you. So we use that. Unfortunately, some of those data sets are really, really large. So thankfully, my university has the computational power. So it's another layer of tech that you got to deal with if you're going to work with big data corpora. You got to have computers that can process such data. So using word frequency, we took the top 10,000 words from each language. So we wanted to have high frequency words so that people would know them, because obviously lexical decision doesn't mean anything if people don't know what the word is. Usually the answer's wrong anyway. And so we took these high frequency words, taking some fast text models from Van Peridon and Thompson. We calculated the top 5 most related words to that word. Right? So if you have brother, the biggest one next is sister, but then family, mother, father. So you get like a list of candidates here. And then from that, via translation, kind of merge them all back together. Okay? And said, okay, how many times do pairs come up in more than one language? Right? So you're letting the data tell you what words you should use. These are more universal, use this loosely. The answer is, for 50,000 pairs, right, so 10,000 words with 5,000 candidates, 5 candidates, multiply, you end up with like 1.2 million because the translation isn't perfect, right? And the average overlap of like this pair is in English and this pair is in Japanese and Korean, et cetera, is only like 3%, which was unfortunate, but it does range all the way up to 70%. And so the histogram here is the percent of overlap across our languages that we were interested in for these 50,000 pairs. So we started from the top and worked our way down. So we used the ones that were the most overlapping in most of the languages, excluding repeats, like trying to limit the number of proper names. So the 2 big ones are Sherlock and Watson and Romeo and Juliet. So we like try to keep those references down. Those work really well if you're interested in good words for priming. The best pair is heroin, cocaine across languages. But Romeo and Juliet's really close. Right? So there's like about 40 word pairs that work in every language. So that's kind of fun. And so we picked from that. So this is like a data-driven process as much as I could to kind of limit. So there are word pairs that make no sense in English and do not work very well, like pyramid and structure. Students are like, whatever, I don't get this one at all, but it works well in other languages. Okay. So we can start also to see where cultural differences might lie. Excuse me. But even when best laid plans, okay, so we have this pre-registration. I started a document at the beginning that was like everything that went sideways, and by the time we were done, it was 20 pages, single-spaced, of all these different things that had happened. So even when you have these good models, like these fast text models, and all the right data with very large amounts of text, that methodology doesn't always work. Okay, so expect some things to just not work. So for example, we took the related pairs, we made the unrelated pairs, this is very common, shuffling them. Okay? And so we wanted to shuffle them until they had a low similarity value. And Mark, who was a reviewer on this paper, made me define what I meant by low, which is annoying because we picked 0.15 thinking like that's pretty low for cosine similarity between two vectors in these fast text models. Because English, surprisingly, the word one is used so frequently in different contexts that its cosine similarity is pretty much 0.3 with everything. So that was the only word in the English language that caused a problem. Okay, fine, it'll be fine. No, it wasn't fine. So Korean, right, we were able to get it down, like we increased the level to 0.2 to make our unrelated pairs, and we did Korean first because we got some money for it. And then the other ones happened. So you'll notice a kind of a theme here about Japanese, Serbian, simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese. We just gave up and shuffled. And I think like when the average cosine between words is 0.8, you know something weird's going on. That was the Japanese one. And I don't know if that's capturing visual similarity or what exactly was, because we took these models from a published paper, and so it should map the rest, but they don't. Their cosines are much higher than if you calculate all-way cosines in other languages. So there's something about these, and a lot of them are not Latin-based, right? So maybe there's something there. But then we also have Russian, Greek, a couple more. I've lost it, that are also not Latin-based. So it's not just a Latin problem. But interestingly, we just wrote in our paper like, we tried, sorry. Because pre-registration is not a straitjacket. It's a, here's our best plans and we'll see what happens. Now, the people labor part, right? Translators. Oh my gosh, I love our translators so much because I would never have gotten it right, right? Especially all the different forms of Spanish. I probably would have gotten that part probably wrong. Understanding the cultural implications of some of the wording in Russian was really tricky. So you just need a really good set of translators. And so what they helped us do was map that meaning, that Q target meaning. So, well, this one's a noun. Do you want this one to also be a noun? I'm like, probably. Does it make more sense as a noun to you? Like, yes, then do it. So there was a lot of discussions, meaning way too many emails, about making sure that it had the same intent as what we gave them the English translation, and then we gave them what Google told us the translation was, so people had a place to start, and then they edited for us, just to make it a little easier on the translators. There's some languages, they barely changed anything. Some languages where it was just like, I'm just gonna toss this and do it myself. I'm like, cool. Dealing with dialect. So different areas have different dialect, different word frequencies, right, and word choice. And then non-words. So non-words are tricky. You've ever worked with them? So this is actually the part I hate the most because you're trying to find words that are pronounceable. You don't want them to be too fake because then the task is too easy. And so it gets, then you get expectancy effects and a lot of other stuff that like Neely has published about. So I need words that are pronounceable but not too fake, and those were our instructions. And they were like, what do you mean by too fake? I was like, well, all consonants is pretty fake in every language. So not that. So our folks did a really good job of helping us come up with words that were fake. Okay? And so we generated our initial non-words using a Wuggy-like algorithm because Wuggy no longer works. And it's a pity that Emmanuel is not here for me to like look at him and be like, you're great, but Wuggy doesn't work anymore. Just because it's, 15-year-old software, and software doesn't always stay up. So if you need a Wuggy-like algorithm, it is in our package. You can use it, please do, because I spent a lot of time writing it. But it was essentially, we repurposed what they did in that. If you aren't familiar, what it does is it looks at the transition probabilities between mostly bigrams, not always, kind of like word breaks, syllable-esque breaks, and then picks a similar syllable or bigram that is equally related as in likelihood to have the word before it and the one after it. It's actually probably more complicated than that to explain, but if you read that paper, we recreated that in R. Okay? But then translators could change stuff, because they were, what the language suggests that people do and what people actually do are slightly different probably. Because like, well, this is valid in your language. Like, nobody ever does that. I'm like, okay, great, change it. And then I want to say it was traditional Chinese, we pulled those from a recent mega paper where they had created fake characters, because that's a totally different problem. Right? So a lot of linguistic style hurdles. Now what about the technical background? So what happens when you try to run the study? So this is all like designing the study and getting to this point. What happens now? Okay, I've got it programmed. What are we going to do? Okay. First big question, power. So if you're going to submit a registered report, they want to know about power. And I can't just go in and be like, well, everybody does 30 because central limit theorem or something or another, so 30. And they're like, no, not allowed. And, power and sample size planning is usually driven by the design of the study. Is it a between subjects t-test, within subjects t-test, right? Our choice of hypothesis test. Well, for us, this is effectively a single sample t-test once you start to do the math and get the priming score for each item. And we have 1,000 items, so almost anything ends up being significant. Right? So that feels like cheating. Right? And that doesn't tell me anything about sample size, because the sample size is based on the items, not the people. So I could certainly make up an effect size for the study, but it still doesn't tell me anything about the number of people per item. So we were kind of stuck here. So I made something up, okay, based on accuracy and parameter estimations. This is mostly, if you've ever read anything by Ken Kelly, he writes a lot of these papers on like thinking about how do we actually measure the thing we're trying to measure as opposed to powering the effect size. It's very Bayesian-y without being Bayesian. So if you aren't ready to give up frequentist statistics, this is a good like halfway point. Okay? And it really forces you to think about like, what is it I'm actually trying to measure, and when do I think it's well measured? Okay? So they describe these as sufficiently narrow confidence intervals, which effectively just means like, at what point do I decide that this is a well-measured thing? Okay? And then there's a bunch of math involved, but we're just like, okay, well, how well measured is a lexical decision time? Okay. So what we did was we defined a minimum acceptable size by using the semantic priming project and the English lexicon project, looking at what are normal lexical decision times, what are the known values for priming. They're actually kind of vary all over the place. And so we did a whole bunch of simulations and figured out that 50 participants is about the point where most of the items, their standard error stops moving around, stops like hopping up and down. Okay. Then we figured out a stopping rule. So where can I get to a point where this word has so many items that I'm not learning anything new about it? Sometimes qualitative people call this coverage. It's about 320 participants because there is so much variability in priming. I'm sorry, the stopping rule was based on standard error. The maximum was 320. Or we'd be here I'd still be doing this study. The stopping rule is based on standard error. Right? So confidence intervals, the math, standard error. So once it hit this point, we would stop. And so it allows you to do adaptive testing, where as you're going through the study, you can basically be like, those words are fine. I don't need any more information about them. Let's get into these weird words now. And just some citations for accuracy and parameter estimation. But then, because we kind of made this up as we went, we wrote a paper about how you can power by the item. So really important for this audience. Hopefully coming soon to behavior research methods. Fingers crossed that the other editor likes it, because obviously I am the other editor and I can't look at my own paper because that's apparently frowned upon. But hopefully soon. But it's available as a preprint to look at like how we figured out the right sizes for things. Now, all right. So I'm going to use this adaptive procedure. They're going to get at least 50 participants. That's the minimum, maximum 320, and there's a stopping point somewhere in the middle. Now, if I tried to give participants 1,000 Q target pairs matched with the unrelated pairs, matched with the non-words for expectancies, I probably would have had a riot, right? It's a really boring task, as you said. We did 800 trials. It's about 20 minutes of mind-numbing torture. I have done the study many times testing it. It's very boring. Right? So participant attention is a very finite resource that you have to think about how long can it be. Many of the platforms where you can collect data will not let you go over 30 minutes. And interestingly, even though we tested this in every language to kind of get a good feel for the median, some languages are slower than others. And I think that might be because of the people that are on these different platforms, right? So the younger folks go faster, unsurprisingly. Okay. And so in a priming study, we have to control for relatedness. So we had about 75 word pairs, unrelated, 75 related, and realness. So to make sure that the lexical decision was also 50-50. They couldn't just continue to guess words. Okay, so of 800 trials, you're only interested in the pairings of 75 of them. So it feels like a lot of data. So if you're really fascinated with non-words, please use the data because there are so many pieces that you can grab. So that's why I think this is a really cool project, because even though I boiled it down to these 2 million trials I was interested in, there's still data for all these other components that you could look at. And then the problem of are all items created equally? I laughed when Penny was like, well, we used to do this like high words versus low words, and then now it's like, oh, right, we can use multi-level models and do all of the words, and then you realize that items are not created equally. So in southern Missouri, I could not use hero sandwich, not gyro, like with the G, but hero. It's a large sandwich, but people in the southern U.S. Never heard of it. Right? So there are all these like different pieces that kind of make some items better than others, better meaning they work. Right? And so we pretty much can't treat them equally. So that's where adaptive testing comes in. So you can take this larger pool of data and show them a smaller pool of data. And adaptive procedures help you decide, like, these words need more, these words need less. So if you ever look at the data, some of them have 50 and then they stopped. Some of them have like 400 because it wouldn't quit, so to speak. And so it puts more data in the areas where you are more uncertain. And it's very Bayesian. Like, I don't have a good feeling of what the actual estimate is for this. So let's put more data over there so I can get a better feeling. Okay. And so after each participant, really once an hour, but you could do this after every participant. We did it, it was an algorithm that ran once an hour. The sample size for each stimulus was calculated. We had to make sure that compare if they got it right, wrong, didn't answer it, that kind of thing. And once it achieved the minimum sample size, we would calculate the standard error. And then we would keep sampling that item until it either reached the goal standard error or the max. Okay. So every item would get this sort of like probability of being selected. And once you hit the goal standard error or the max, your probability of being selected basically went to 0. Okay. Not perfectly to 0 because you don't want your entire study to be weird words, but close to 0. Okay. So it would sample non-words, real words at these different rates. And so every participant actually gets their own unique set of different words. And it ran once an hour because the data got so large that we couldn't run it any more faster than that. So to kind of give you an idea of the background here, like how this ran. So we've got Lab.js was the software that we used to run the study. It's really great at gathering reaction time data. It would read in the stimuli that was currently the current set, if you will. It wrote to a database, and then once every hour or so, I would run this little, not literally me clicking the button, but like telling the computer, hey, run this thing. It would read on all the stimuli and then randomly pick and write out which ones should be next. Okay? With the raw data, we also created a Shiny app for researchers to know how many data points they collected, because this all has to sit on one server, or it can't know what data's been collected. And then at some point, it got so large that we had to do like monthly backups. So I rewrote these algorithms several times. And if you're interested in adaptive sampling, I can give you a lot of tips, kind of lessons learned the hard way. But you end up having to put together this kind of system. This isn't Qualtrics, right? Where I just like say, everybody take this one study. You're creating a system that works interchangeably based on what you have. Now, even when I'm running that same study across all these labs, it's the same study, they're working from the same basic gist. There's just a lot of complexity when you scale to different labs. Right? So I wanted to call this slide, "You Can't Have My Tom," but everyone needs a Tom Heyman. So Tom Heyman does the same sorts of work and also statistics. He was the inspiration for a lot of the item level priming effects. And the really funny story about this is like, I'm gonna make Tom the best reviewer. He's gonna love this. And then somebody who worked with him sent him a message like, oh, hey, Erin's running this thing, you'd be interested. So he sends me an email and I'm like, I would love to have you on the team, but you should probably turn down that review invitation. And he got the invitation 2 days later. So he ended up being on the team, which was a lifesaver for me because you just need a person that can help sanity check stuff. Right, so the story behind this is we were sitting in a meeting one day talking about something or another, and I was like, well, accuracy, blah, 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 blah. He's like, well, this, he said something, and I was like, wait, how are you calculating accuracy? And so we ended up having this like hour-and-a-half discussion about how accuracy should be calculated, which feels like one of the most simplistic things, right? Total correct over total seen. He's like, no, it should be total answered. I'm like, no, it should be total seen. He's like, no. So we actually ended up doing both in the paper. But having that person that can have those moments where you're like, check you on what you're doing is really handy. So I'm jokingly, everybody needs a Tom. Okay. All right. Last two hurdles, not as long. Okay. All right, so ethics boards. What we did was we created templates for each of our labs to use, so that they could kind of get this basic idea of like what we were doing and the stimuli and all that kind of stuff. Lessons learned include data management plans. This is not super common in the States yet. It's slowly changing, but it's really common in the EU to have a data management plan. Where's the data gonna be stored? How long is it gonna be stored there? What are you gonna do if a participant asks to be removed? Right? So questions like that. It'll reduce the amount of time that you spend answering emails. And what we found with PSA studies is that ethics tends to fall in three categories. No, we have to have our own. So I have to apply and get permission to test my own participants. Oh, this other university has it? Great, we can rely on that one. Okay. The middle is very common in countries like Italy that have this sort of global procedure, and the US. And then surprisingly, a lot of them are like, we don't have ethics boards. I'm like, at all? Like, you don't have to ask permission at all? Like, nah. I'm like, can you get someone at your university who's not you to write me an email that says that? So we have proof that everyone had ethics or doesn't have a requirement. And for some places, it's like, you're not testing health information, you're not taking blood, you're not testing animals, we don't care. Cool. So expecting these differences in ethics boards can help you prepare. Okay. But then some more theoretical, like big picture questions. Who owns the data? Okay. So I'm running the study. I'm like the lead PI on the study, right? I don't really own the data because other people were running it, and they don't feel like they own all of the data. So there's sort of this embedded question of like, who is the data? So what we did was we just said, we're gonna share it openly, everybody owns it. Okay? The only thing you can't do is publish the paper that we're writing for the register report. But you're on that paper, so, you know, just don't run the analyses. If you do, great, let me just have them. So we did open sharing by Zenodo. That allowed us to have a DOI so that everyone can get recognition for which data set they were part of. And that is in addition to the paper itself. So you kind of got two DOIs out of it. But it's a really tricky question. And then lots of people, like if they're having their undergraduates, they want to run an analysis and present it at a conference. I was like, go nuts. Here's your data set, right? So we tried to be very open that the data was everybody's. But it can get quite like contentious. A different project did not have this feeling, and it got kind of, there was yelling involved. So then the whole idea of power dynamics, right? I know we're not using Global South anymore, but I forgot what the new term is, because minority world also feels very like weird to me. So certain areas of the world, it's harder to run participants, right? You don't have these like ready-made intro to psych, fresh-faced freshmen, right? They have less institutional support, less money, translations on added value on top. So one thing you want to try to keep in mind is the power dynamics of what you're doing. Okay. All right. And so another less fun thing to deal with is the conversation of who gets to stay. So there are certain countries that cannot publish together. The people will leave. So what we've taken to doing is letting people know up front. We don't restrict who's involved in the study, and we will show you who's involved with the study, and if that ever becomes a conflict of interest for you, just let us know. Okay? So we've had Chinese teams pull out when Taiwan teams were involved, and then Iran and Iraq are especially not friends with each other. I think everybody knows this, but it does mean that you have to have this conversation, like which one of you is gonna stay? And then are those local labs benefiting? So sometimes this is called parachute science, where you come in, you take the data, and you run away. So we want to make sure that we're not doing that as well. Is everyone getting something out of it? All right, a couple more. So the admin teams, whoops, too excited. So one thing we do is we have these admin teams that have more than a few folks on them so that you don't get kind of like groupthink going on where you have your Tom Haven who goes, but accuracy is not calculated that way, right? So you have somebody who has to make the decisions. There has to, even in a democratic group, there has to be somebody who has the final say, okay? Or you never get anything done. Okay? You have your project manager who herds the cats. Okay? This is the person that keeps you on track, keeps going, deals with problems, lets you know, hey, here's what's going on. Your tech or methodology lead, this is the person who can help implement. Now, for me, I did both PI and that. And that's the tech lead is what I do in a lot of the other PSA studies. Our ethics coordinator who herds different cats, basically like, hey, this ethics thing isn't in English. Can you tell me where it points to the fact that it is our study? And then our translation coordinator, so that supposedly herds the cats in Czech, maybe. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I was like, okay, I need to be culturally aware here. Our translation coordinator was amazing. She got people to get stuff done. Okay? And then depending on your level of skill, because not every PI is really good at multi-level analyses, at scaling up data sets, having somebody who can help you scale up the methods. So controlling for the fact that there are different languages embedded in different countries with different items. And so that structure has worked really well for the PSA because it allows people to have a defined role and specific goals. Right? So the translation coordinator and the ethics coordinator after a certain point are kind of done. But then the data analysis person takes over. Write everything down. Whoop, I got excited. Okay. So even if it's like a stupid thing, like, hey, Korean didn't quite work today, they want to know that later, especially if you're doing register reports. So writing everything down becomes critically important. Okay. And tracking contributions in this manageable way. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about both of these things, and then we'll kind of skip to the end because I got excited. And I knew I made too many slides last night, but that's how this goes, right? What we did for folks, because otherwise you just get constant questions. And you're trying to run the study and not answer emails. So how many participants do I have? And when are we going to be done? And what are we doing? So we created two systems. One was a Shiny app that it's kind of small to see, but you could see how many data points we had in each language. And you could click on the language that you were looking for and find your participants' information. So the lab could look for themselves. Here's how many participants I've had. Here's my goal. Here's where the language is at. And then below this, actually, we had a kind of like a clock that would tell you how close the language was to being done. And a lot of people said they really enjoyed like figuring out like, okay, if we have 10 more participants, are we gonna flip over from 98% to 100%. I think Massimo in Italy was like, he was like watching it. I was like, it updates every hour, so give it a break on refreshing. So this is like lab communication. Are we? Okay. Like, is this a fire drill? All right. It's fine. My husband is going to love this. Is this where you realize how long a minute is, right? It's fine. I just don't know if you'll hear me over it. Oh. I was almost done as well. There we go. Okay, where was I at? All right, a couple more slides. So when you are managing people, you need to keep track of what they're doing so that they get the appropriate credit. What does it say? Oh, it's the test, okay. It's all fake. So what we did to manage people, we'll try to push on here, is this is Canvas. It's an open source LMS. Some people use Canvas for like work stuff, but there's Brightspace and Moodle and Blackboard. And so while researchers don't like being told they get grades, this has actually worked really well for us, where we kind of have a grade book and they can see what contributions they've gotten. This is a little small, but like I can say, okay, you've gotten credit for investigation. So once people got over the whole, I'm a teacher, I don't need to be graded effect, it helps because they can see what we think we know about them and fix things as we go. A quick self-promote is that because of all these things, I have spent the last 2 years writing software to actually do this. So Staple is project management software that is designed for researchers and researcher problems, including credit categories. So if you're interested in that, I can tell you more about it later. Okay. But to kind of wrap up, because there's a little bit on authorship, but we've kind of covered all those different points. You want people to get credit for what they did. Okay. And so you should very clearly state how to get credit and what that means for researchers. So that was those two slides. But I figured you probably also wanted to know how this priming thing actually turned out if you haven't seen this before. So there's a paper. It also is in press at Nature Human Behavior as soon as they figure out how to finish formatting it correctly, because every time I think they're going to push the button, they're like, oh, right, this one sentence, you got to change it. And I'm like, just do it, whatever, I don't care, push the button. Okay. So that's about to come out. We wrote, we have a package for the data, and I actually wrote a R package to help you get the data so that you can download it a bit easier. Okay. But all that work, all those people, what happened? Priming, wildly consistent. Never in 100 years would I have expected this to be the result of the study. So these are the medians and the box plots of the general range. So these the bullets over here, Sherlock Watson, heroin, cocaine, Romeo and Juliet. Over here, pyramid structure. Wildly consistent. And given that these are different writing systems and different cultures, unexpected result. But there is some variability between languages. So if you stack them from smallest amount of priming to largest, what I used to joke about was, why am I studying English? Because it has one of the smallest effects in priming. So I really should have been studying Japanese or Serbian, maybe Italian. Wouldn't have found all those null results, potentially, before. Some of that's probably due to the way we selected the words, so there are less words that work because I'm not biasing it towards English. But there is enough variability that it was considered significant. Okay. And so we're kind of playing around right now with why. Why are there differences? Because if you look at the distributions of the data, they're very close. Okay. All right, so some final thoughts. Big team science, really hard, but very rewarding. Okay. Linguistics is right for this. This is a place that we should be, right? Covering the different languages, the different researchers, and the different participants that one can have involved. Okay. And there are a lot of challenges, but they're not really problems. They're the features of doing this at scale. So I thought it was going to be interesting, hopefully you enjoyed, seeing what happens behind the scenes of one of these big projects. Okay. And there are also places to learn new things. So the PSA has done a bunch of papers on like how we do things so that other people can hopefully learn from our mistakes. Okay. Now, if you're interested, I have 3 different opportunities. I'm like the salesman of many big teams right now. So there is a group of folks called Many Languages where we are running linguistic projects. And there's actually one in the pipeline that's very similar to what Penny talked about this morning called Many Affordances, inspired by Penny's BOI. Not me, thankfully, but a friend of mine. There's a new project called Many Languages One Network. This is the research funding that I just recently received. I survived Elon and got funding. But this time I have money. So we're going to continue this project to fill out all of those languages and collect other data like concreteness, familiarity, AOA. And then there's a new group, mostly run by Mahmoud El Sarif and Steve Verheyen, who I'm sure I'm mispronouncing because it's Dutch, called Many Norms, which is a group of people who are interested in all of these data sets and big team groups. So if any of that sounds fascinating, I will connect you to the right folks, so just shoot me an email. Thank you for putting up with the sirens. Questions? Yes, go get coffee. Yes, thank you guys.
I think in the program it said I was expecting about an hour, but is that too long?
70 minutes altogether was the slot, so if you have 10 minutes for questions, then it's...
I think, yeah, I have that. I can speed up or slow down, I can drop
I think
things.
that if you use 1 hour for the talk... And
I think there's going to be a lot of questions. So
yeah, okay, cool.
All right. So we are a bit behind schedule, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that actually Emmanuel did it. His plane was cancelled yesterday, and he's a great hero because he managed to come even so. It is my pleasure to give the floor to him now, and let's have the last talk of our workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. It's many heroes, not me, who got me here, including very nice people at different airports. I didn't sleep much. Usually, when I get started, it goes away, but if I'm a bit slow, that's probably the reason. Always good to have an excuse. So I'm going to talk about measures of word frequency or word occurrence through networks of static and dynamic actors. And if I think a few of you have heard me give similar, but I think in general it's going to be pretty new. So I've set up some aims to what I want to do in this talk. And I want to start by briefly introducing some concepts from network science. If you already know this, it's going to be boring, and I've tried to make it a little bit non-boring. We'll see. Then I want to introduce a framework for looking at the language environment in a network perspective, and what does that tell us about what the language environment is. At this moment, you don't have any idea what I mean with the language environment, and I hope it becomes clear at some point, but it's a vague term. I will then hopefully convince you at that point that given this framework, it's hard not to notice some oddities in the way we, as psycholinguists, measure the language environment. And then I will try to demonstrate how measures of word occurrence that we use in psycholinguistics can be understood and related to each other in this framework. It's all very theoretical, no data or simulations. And then comes the big data part, because when preparing for this talk, I went through some of the literature that's been published in the last 20 years, in which you could call big data movement in psycholinguistics, and I will make a collage of things which I find relevant to what I'm trying to explain about these measures. Then, if we have time, we can discuss additional insights that we can derive from this framework, which I find really interesting, but which are not necessarily psycholinguistic, but linguistic in nature. So, I think everybody is familiar with a network, more or less. This is something you can find online. I think I've put a link in the slides, so if you get the slides, you can look at it yourself. This is the full Star Wars universe up to episode 7. I don't know what that is. I feel like I'm a Star Wars enthusiast because I know episode 4 or 5 is the first one, and that's about it. But you see a lot of people from the Star Wars universe here together, and they're connected in some way. And we can zoom in on this. And I'm just going to give you the concepts so that you know what I'm talking about if you don't know this yet. This is only episode 4. So episode 4, A New Hope. I think that's the first one. I'll try to explain what's going on here. So we have nodes, and the nodes in the network represent the individual characters. There are connections, and they connect nodes to each other. And in this case, they are linked to each other if they both speak within the same scene in the script or in the movie. And then we have connection weights, so you can do whatever you want with it. The width of each link represents the frequency of co-occurrence of the two corresponding characters. And you also have a bunch of node characteristics, and the size of each node, for instance, here represents the number of scenes where the character speaks. It's a very modular and dynamic framework. Basically, the only thing you need is nodes and connections, and then you can give all kinds of attributes to these nodes and connections, and you can model a lot of different things with it. I'm not going to model anything with network science today, but Isha, who is over there, you can go to her poster and we'll do some really interesting network science stuff on Chinese characters. What I want to discuss are some really interesting characteristics of networks which are not known that much in the field. And this is, one of those characteristics is flow. And when we build a network, or when we think about a network, we have to think about how things or concepts that we put in a network, how do they flow? Because we can just represent something statically, but typically what's interesting about a network is that some things happen, and what happens to the network and to those things when the network develops. So there are things that we need to take into account: directionality. How does it flow from one node to another? Degrees of freedom. So in what trajectories is something allowed to follow? Synchronicity. How many things are able to happen at once in the network? And also what happens to things in the network when they travel from one node to the next node. And you can have transfer. Transfers, really simple, if I have something in one node and it goes to the other node, it's not there in the previous node. It's gone. But many processes that we have, and especially in language, as we will see, you don't have transfer. You have some kind of duplication or mutation. When something moves from one node to another, so when I'm speaking to you, for instance, and I am node and you are node, it leaves me, but it's still in me. That's a really interesting characteristic of language, but it's mutated somehow. So people who do network science much better than I do have made some kind of famous chart in introductory network science books. And you can see these characteristics here. And you can see some examples of what kind of things have certain kinds of flows. So for instance, package delivery, if you order something online, it goes to a warehouse and then it goes to another warehouse, etc. And the way it typically goes, it needs to take the shortest path. And it's also transfer. When your package goes from one point to another point, then it's not in the previous point anymore. There are things that are very fascinating, such as STDs. And I hope everybody's familiar with the acronym. So it's basically something that you can give to another person, but when you give it to another person, it doesn't leave you. Right? So you still have it. But the interesting thing is it needs to follow unique nodes and connections. It cannot travel the same way around again, because you can't give it to somebody who already has it. So then it doesn't move. And then when you start thinking about language, for instance, you see that it's here. You have things like gossip and Chandler's emotional support, and I like this one, conferences. I'll try to illustrate it a little bit more because I realize I had really good examples of this. Star Warsy. So imagine that you have a package with lightsaber parts and you need to get it to Luke as quickly as possible. This is our network. If you want to get it to Luke as quickly as possible, you can do R2-D2 gives it to C-3PO, who gives it to Luke. But you cannot grow through Leia because you don't follow the shortest path. You can also say, here, have my old lightsaber, so you can, then it's allowed to go to the same node again, but not reuse the same edges. It's weird if you give the same thing again to the same person. I'm going to go through these quite quickly until we get to the really interesting ones. Another example is lended goods. For instance, in terms of transfer and lended goods, you can keep on lending something out to somebody, such as a lightsaber, Emmanuel, and we'll get back to why this is an interesting thing. So here's my lightsaber manual, and R2-D2 can give it to C-3PO, who can give it to Luke, can give it to Leia, and back to C-3PO. That is allowed, for instance. And other things where you reuse the same edges, that's not allowed in this case. Then there are things which are completely free, but they're still transferred, and money is basically that. I can give you money, you can give me the same money back, and it can go anywhere that you want. But most things in language are not like that. They're duplication, or what I would call mutation. So if you're, for instance, transferring galactic credits here, and this is because I really don't have an inspiration I made. I think this is a Bitcoin symbol or something. So it means the transfer happens, but it's no longer there. And I already explained it. If you've got a virus or a disease, for instance, once you give it to somebody, here, it doesn't leave the previous person. And this is an example with an androbovirus. I don't know if you know that. If somebody can answer why Chewbacca doesn't get the virus, because he's a Wookiee, and so immune to this thing. Then we get to the linguistic examples. Gossip. Have you heard about Leia and Han? And gossip can flow through the same node multiple times, but only if arriving through a connection that has not been used before, right? So if Jan tells Philip that, did you know Emmanuel missed his flight, and he tells Rušica, or it all makes sense until the same person, Jan cannot tell Philip again. But if it arrives at Jan, that's valid. I mean, because, yeah, I knew, but you can tell me because it's gossip. Then there's another thing, I think I'm taking these examples, emotional support. We need to defeat the empire, for instance, is something that you can say all the time, right? So it's something that is allowed in every circumstance. And I think much of language is situated in this region. And I also found it, if you know about the Gricean maxims, for instance, that these fit very well. So if somebody is interested in the connection with what is allowed in normal conversation or not, depending on what network flow is allowed, I think it's a really interesting example. I designed the network that I showed you with dynamic actors, and this is what I call it. It's basically things that when they are involved in the network, they change. But when we think about language, we only tend to think about these dynamic actors, right? And I think this is this poetic idea that there is something called natural language. I do not believe that exists in this millennium anymore, and definitely not in our society. But that language is something that happens only in humans, and that only humans participate in the system. And this is, I think, completely wrong. When you think about something like a lightsaber manual, these are things that have been read by many people. And if you look at Rebel holodrama, for instance, this is actually something that happens in Star Wars. This is something that somebody can watch. But the difference between these static and dynamic actors are not small. It's not just that something is static, it doesn't change, and the other thing does change. And I've listed some of them. So when you think about static nodes, and I know I don't have a perfect definition, but it's definition by criteria. So they're created by dynamic nodes with varying degrees of effort. Sometimes it's really easy to create some static thing that can survive in language. So you can, for instance, send a tweet. Typically that's quite easy to do. Writing a textbook is probably harder. But the creation of dynamic nodes, it happens in a different way. So it's a tedious biological process. A static node can immediately start to play a role in the language system. So from the moment it exists in the textbook, it's there, it's done. And it can start transferring or duplicating information in the system. Dynamic nodes, I think mostly humans, slowly increase connectivity in the network. So it takes a long time to have a static dynamic node work. These static nodes, they're immutable. And I find that fascinating. It's like once they're there, they don't change. And they can change a little bit, you know, when something is corrected. But I find it absolutely fascinating that we can still read Shakespeare. And it's basically a book or whatever. It's like 400 years and exactly the same thing. And so the difference there is that these static actors have theoretically unlimited lifespan. And they can time travel. And they can also space travel. In contrast to the dynamic nodes, and they can't do that. So the dynamic nodes have biologically limited lifespan. They're also unique. The static nodes, you can clone them. And now cloning is super easy. The static nodes only connect to dynamic nodes. They're unidirectional, and the dynamic nodes connect bidirectionally to dynamic nodes, and unidirectionally typically to static nodes. Typically, static nodes are something that we receive. I'm thinking more about books, but you can also create static nodes, so this is a different thing. And they have varying degrees of connectivity in the network system. Some books, like Harry Potter, are read by a lot of people. Some people have a lot of influence linguistically, others are isolated. And I think the example of PhD theses are always good. Is that somebody's written it, but nobody's read it. So, not in our field, not in our field. I read your PhD, I promise. So, and then when we look at what happens in psycholinguistics, and this is kind of the point I want to make, is that we don't treat the network as we should treat it. And now something should become obvious. Psycholinguistics assumes that we can infer how things occur in the language environment, so the things that happen here, that you can infer this from a bunch of static actors. And you don't have any idea about how they connect to the system at all. This is what we call a corpus. It can be a book corpus. It can be something like movies, anything like that. And that's not the only thing. Psycholinguistics also assumes that there's only one dynamic actor, and that this is the language environment that we have, and that's supposed to represent the language environment for all our dynamic actors. In other words, this is the corpus that we use to make word frequencies that we use in experiments, and all our participants are the same. So, fine. Now I get to the connection and how you can relate these measures to each other in psycholinguistics. So, static actors, again, here are red. I've simplified it a little bit. Dynamic actors are blue. And you see that a lot of these static actors have different connections to the dynamic actors. But what we call word frequency, and typically this is corpus word frequency, is this. It's the frequency of static nodes. I don't know if you can read everything clearly. This is, contextual diversity. That's another measure. It's a dispersion measure over static nodes. What we don't have, and it would be really interesting, but we don't have it, is this. The connection frequency, or the dispersion. So how do those things that we have in those static nodes, how often are they actually experienced by different kinds of dynamic actors? What we do have are these measures. And we don't have them that long, or we forgot that we had them. And it dawned on me while making this presentation. So dispersion in dynamic nodes, that's word prevalence. I don't know if you've heard of word prevalence. It's work that I did with Mark Prisbart and Pavel Mandera. This is basically when you ask like tons of people, do you know this word? Yes or no? And you do that for tens of thousands of words, and then you get really good measures of how many people know a particular word. And so you actually have the dispersion of words through static actors. In the past, people have also asked, or researchers have asked, how frequent do you think this word is? And that was called subjective frequency, and we stopped doing that. Or familiarity. how familiar are you with that word? We still do that with age of acquisition and tons of other variables. So we ask these things, but we stopped asking them for subjective frequency and familiarity, except in a few cases. So what I wanted to get to here is that hopefully at this point, it makes sense that these measures are related to these different actors. What I want to get to now is, why am I telling you this? Does any of this matter? And I've anticipated questions that, like, you could ask, like, okay, fine, but do we have any evidence that corpora are not estimating the language environment correctly? Because if they do, nah, you have all these fancy ideas, but nothing's really going on. And here's something interesting. This is a plot which shows you the relationship between word frequency and lexical decision time in the English lexicon project. It's a plot we made for a 2012 paper. And these are averages. So this is over all of the participants, and you see something beautiful. The relationship between word frequency and, why did I write it? It means the relationship between word frequency and RT seems very strong and straightforward, right? So you see that even here with very low frequency things, seems like, yeah, where do you find such a beautiful functional relationship? I think that was very nice, and I think it's also one of the first demonstrations of this beautiful functional relationship. But it hides something, and it hides something that I found perplexing, and I could never explain it well, and it hides this. So this is bin for different word frequencies, and it hides a bunch of different items. This is typically the plot you get. One, you take the reaction time, and I see people nodding because they've seen this. You take the reaction time here, or another measure, and you take the word frequency here. And what you see here are all words which have frequency 1 in your corpus. All of these things are words which have frequency 2 in this corpus. All of these things are words which have frequency 3 in your corpus. And you see that this is insane. I mean, you have in that bin words which, on average, have a reaction time of 500 milliseconds, as fast as the fastest words, and things which take 3 times as long, and probably have a timeout. So this plot, where you have the averages, masks something weird. And I remember giving a talk in, I think, Marseille at some point, and somebody asked me something about this, and I dismissed it. Yeah, okay, I mean, it's just raw data. The averages are important. But the more I think about this doesn't make sense. And also from a statistical point of view, you should not be able to do a regression on this, because this is heteroscedastic. This is, in fact, we've been doing this for such a long time, and I mean, some experts can tell me, but I don't think that this is allowed in regression to basically say, you can do a regression here and make conclusions about this, because the variance is much different at different points of the distribution. All right. And this is independent of task. That's important. This is lexical decision. You see exactly the same thing in naming. It's also not surprising. And you could say, yeah, but this has something to do with corpus size. If we increase the corpus size, then this disappears. And this could be a really good argument, because these are frequencies from the Brown corpus, and that's only 1 million words. But this is a corpus which is 50 times larger, and you still see it. So you still have bad estimates there. So it's not alleviated by corpus side. So I think that many of you have heard of the Zipfian distribution, or what's called the Zipfian distribution. And that is that the bulk of word types in a corpus are low frequency. So to simplify it, half of the words in a corpus have frequency 1, half of those words have frequency 2, half of those words have frequency 3, and so on. So it's a very long tail of things which occur almost never. That's what happens. And this is the long tail here. So The frequency effect that we see in the low range, so this thing here, it only exists by the grace of the countless low frequency words that appear in corpora. And it's only the average that is estimated correctly. But if you would take a small sample, it would be very likely that your frequencies would be off. So you see this through our task, and I love this plot. This is 1951, Hose and Salomon, visual duration threshold, much better experiment than what we're doing now with a tachistoscope. 1,000 hertz resolution. People are looking at things and they increase the exposure until they can read a word. And this is what you see here. What do you see here? Exactly the same thing. Right? This is the same plot. Words which occur once in the magazine's corpus of the teacher's handbook that they used at the time. And an R-square of 0.68. Also kind of the order, or this is a R. The R-square would be probably around 40-ish. All right. Another piece of evidence that corpora don't estimate the language in environment correctly is some research that I did with a PhD student called Rastislav Hronsky. And what we did is we used topic models to estimate the probability of each word in a corpus belonging to a number of particular dimensions. That is really, really bog standard topic modeling. And you can choose how many topics there are, and then the model will discover for you which words in a corpus belong more to a certain topic or not. Then we took RTs for words that participants had responded to, and we call that the training set, and we used them to adjust the weights of each of those topics. And that means more or less, and I'm happy and kind of also sad that Rusty is not here to correct me, that the RTs indicate that participants respond slower or faster than the frequency would predict. And then we had weights for each of those topics. And we used the weights of those topics to transform the frequencies of all of the words in the corpus, not just the ones we had tested on. And we looked at another set of participants with words that were never trained on, and we saw that when we had these re-estimated frequencies, they explained with 5 topics it didn't do very well, but with 20 or 80 topics, you explained 7 to 9% more variance. And this is actually an interesting design feature of the British Lexicon project, because half of the people saw one set of words and half of the people saw the other set of words. And so that means that you can fit on one set and test on the other set. Next question. Isn't this solved by larger corpora? Because if we have larger corpora, perhaps we can estimate the language environment better. And Mark Brisbart and Boris New answered this question in 2009 when they were talking about they introduced the supplex US frequencies. And there's a table in their paper which looks at high frequency words versus low frequency words. I don't know if this is large enough here. And it takes increasingly large parts of the corpus, but it starts with 500,000 words and looks at the amount of variance you can explain by just looking at the frequencies you have until then. And you see that for high frequency words, you're already able to explain 50% of the variance. But low frequency words, only 38. And it stays stable. For the high frequency words, actually 500,000 words is kind of enough to predict the total amount of variance. It really plateaus very quickly. And for low frequency words, you see you need to increase and keeps on increasing. They said 16 million words. And then there's a problem, and it reminds me of another person who does this quite often, but this is in relation to age and old people and how old they are. And this is in relation to the frequencies. These are not really low frequency words. They're pretty high frequency words. So this is on a small corpus. This is less than 10 per million, which is on the border of low and high frequency, according to what we did later in the Sublex UK paper. So even for words which have relatively mid-frequency, you're not doing well. And so to me, this is not a great result. Another paper by Heragdelan and Marelli shows that explained variance keeps on increasing steeply up to 100 million words. And this is on the Rovereto Twitter corpus. So you use word frequencies from the Rovereto Twitter corpus. Brilliant word frequencies. They're great. I would advise you to look at them. But you see 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, and it keeps on going up until there. So is this really solved by corpus size? You see it flattening out. There's another problem here, and this is something that we can solve, and that is that the selection of words, even in megastudies, is a selection. And by design, you're already dealing with a relatively known part of the frequency spectrum. And the only thing you're doing is really, can we discover this word somewhere in a corpus? And the larger the corpus gets, the more likely you are to do this. These are frequency trajectories. I'm going to skip over that. The next question, you could say, oh, but you don't have any alternative, right? Aren't all of these frequency measures somehow correlated? And there's an important frequency measure called contextual diversity, and perhaps this could help us, because contextual diversity, as James Edelman and others have argued, is very different from frequency. And I agree. Theoretically, the concept is different from frequency. And so how do you get to this counter in your head, or the contextual weight of a word is very different. And when you look at the data, this is the relationship between contextual diversity and word frequency for all the words in the British Lexicon project. And you see it has a very nice curve here. They're very, very similar measures. And you can straighten this out. And then the correlation between word frequency and contextual diversity is 0.98. And I have to say, I like the idea of contextual diversity, and I think that there's something really theoretically interesting behind it. But when you measure it on a corpus, it's not that different from frequency. And so what I'm doing here to adjust this is to basically say, if you have a word of this frequency, in how many documents would you expect it to appear? And then I have my simulated contextual diversity measure. So the correlation is 0.98. Let's take another measure. Frequency and word prevalence. I've talked about word prevalence before. Word prevalence is the amount of, or the proportion of people in a population who say that they know a word. And we have, because of all kinds of crowdsourcing studies, really large sets of prevalence data for many different languages. This is for Dutch. This is the first one that we did. And as I said before, the frequency is the sum of counts on static nodes, books, movies, things which don't change. And prevalence is the dispersion in dynamic actors. What you see here is in contrast to, so remember this plot. This is the relationship between frequency and contextual diversity. This is the relationship between frequency and prevalence. These are not the same measures at all. And what you need to get from this is, you see this line again, and we've seen this line before. These are all words which have frequency 1 in the corpus that we used. And look at the range of prevalence. This is Z transform, so -2 means almost nobody knows it. +2 means almost everybody knows it. So for words that occur once in this corpus, some of them are known by absolutely everyone, and some of them are known by absolutely no one. And here you have words with very high prevalence, so everybody knows them, but they have very, very, very varying frequencies. So we are doing something very different by looking at a corpus and asking people about this. And does this matter? I don't have graphs on this, and I can show them later. But we've shown in several papers that prevalence explains more, the same or more variance than frequency, and because it's not so correlated with it, it's not that it's one or the other. And just to show you the difference in correlation, this is the correlation between frequency and contextual diversity at 0.98. The correlation between frequency and prevalence is 0.35. It's not the same measure. So depending on how we query the language environment, we get very, very different things. Does it affect research operations? So if it doesn't affect your research operations, you shouldn't worry about this. The frequency effect on average is extremely large and linear in the low frequency range. So here, what we saw on average is that you have an effect of 300 milliseconds that doesn't exist anywhere. Anywhere in the literature, you never have such an enormous effect between one group and another group. But you have a 300 millisecond effect between 1 per 100 million and 100 per million frequency. And every time you multiply the frequency times 10, that corresponds to a 60 millisecond difference. Now, if you're doing a small experiment or even a small virtual experiment with things from a mega study, it's very likely that you may attribute something that is actually a frequency effect to something in your, that is explained by another, you're attributing something to another variable that is actually a frequency effect. Yeah. So the smaller the set of words is, the higher the probability that there is a mismatch between the corpus frequencies and what you could call the true environment frequencies for a particular participant. This is also, I think, an interesting plot about the relationship between frequency and prevalence. And what we've done here is taken different ranges of the frequency variable. So the frequency we know, and we're looking at very low frequencies up to very high frequencies, and we've split that into 50 different bins. And we look at how much the different variables explain in the different bins. Eta squared is a measure of effect size. So on the same scale as R squared. And you see that within small frequency windows, frequency doesn't explain a lot until quite high frequency, but prevalence explains quite a lot all through the range. If you do it the other way around and you divide prevalence in 50 bins, you basically see that frequency explains something for words which have very low prevalence, and that makes complete sense. Their frequency is something that can distinguish between things that nobody knows. Fine, this is interesting. But prevalence starts out not explaining, well, it explains a lot, and it explains more and more and more as words become more known. Does it affect research operations? Again, I'm going to show you this plot about the topic models, and these topic models adjustments based on reaction times, they suggest that some parts of the lexicon are structurally under or overestimated. Remember, what these topics are just things that you can talk about in conversation, and they're computationally estimated. But when we do that, we see that when we adjust them for reaction times, that these topics have different weights. And that means that in your corpora, in the corpora that you use, they're not balanced across topics, or you're not measuring the environment correctly. I'm getting back to my aims. I already discussed this, but I like to have them at the end again. So what I wanted to do is introduce some concept of the network science, introduce this framework, convince you of some things, and then talk a lot about, show you a lot of plots from different papers, which I maybe went over too quickly, but to explain all of this is, I like to show a lot of things, so it's difficult for me to choose. And I would consider, and perhaps also in connection with these workshops, that all of these plots I'm showing you are examples of what we're doing with big data in psycholinguistics. So all of these things at different points of the last 20 years are investigating effects in psycholinguistics through very large amounts of data. So I have a bunch of discussion points, but I think it's you need to select one of them. No, I think we can also go to questions, and perhaps I can show you some other slides later.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. I think there is a lot to discuss, and we have some time here, and then we can continue somewhere else. So, are there any questions now? If you can wait for the mic, because of the...
Thank you, Emmanuel, for the beautiful talk. I was just thinking, when you were connecting frequency and contextual distinctiveness, diversity, did you try to maybe somehow constrain one on the other to see if the word has contextual distinctiveness as predicted by its frequency?
Yeah. So I think it's a very good question. You can actually see that. So here, when you do that, this is the line where this is the case. So this line would be if you would exactly predict the contextual diversity from frequency, well, it would follow this thing, right? And these things, everything that's here is less diverse than its context would predict if the diversity were uniform. So this is the line of uniform diversity, right? This is what you would have. It's the maximal diversity that you can have for a word with a particular frequency. Everything that's to the left of this line here has less diversity than predicted by its frequency.
Did you look into it to compare?
No, I think that this was I remember that we looked at which words these are, and you can say something about them, but in this case it was an exercise in showing that they're not that dissimilar. Yeah.
Because then this measure might be more informative, like corrected contextual diversity. Yeah. Then it would actually be informative.
You could do all kinds of fancy adjustments for the measures, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
So any more questions right now? Erin, you wanted to? Yeah?
All right. So the big thing that people are putting under review now is using large language models to estimate these different things, because people are annoying to measure, as you're aware. So do you think that that captures better, or we're just still fooling ourselves because they're trained on very large corpora that don't best estimate dynamic actors?
So I think this is something I'm looking at also with my PhD students. And the idea is that the corpora are not the language environment. And what you can do is to make a language model based on the corpora and then produce things based on the language model. And then that's basically what you have, right? So these are the estimates based on large language models. I don't think that is silly, but my PhD student, who is much more mathematically inclined than me, tells me that there are certain results in the literature that say that these frequencies should stochastically approach exactly the same values. I don't know how much that counts for the very sophisticated language models that we have now, but it would depend on how much you sample. So if you have smaller sample, you would typically get things which have less rich vocabulary. Might surprise you, but large language models have much less rich vocabulary than people do. They sound more eloquent, but they use less words. There's different words, unique words.
All right. Any other questions? Is there a question, or no? Just reason. Okay, Erin again.
just because I'm still mad about Wuggy. I'm kidding. So I guess the question, if you were to use network science for this, could you take individual data, per se, and model individual networks, and then create sort of an average, you know, because we mostly talk about average humans, but could you average those networks to think better about how the dynamic and static interplay?
I think these topic models or similar methods, what you could do is find ways to estimate how a specific subpopulation or a specific set of participants differs from the average that you would get from a very large corpus, and try to estimate. I only don't know how relevant that is to psycholinguistic research where you want to make inferences. It would be more, I think, interesting as a goal by itself to see if you can do it. But what I do think, and this is this last thing, is that we have unfairly downplayed the importance of subjective measures such as subjective frequency and familiarity. And one of the reasons that this is the case is that when these measures were tested, for instance, in the 80s, people didn't like them because you couldn't see the effects of familiarity. But when you look at the effect of familiarity on a mega study, boom, it's there. And the effect of subjective frequency, these things are there. So it's perhaps useful to look at subjective frequencies again for particular groups, especially if you're using the same stimuli again and again and again. Might be useful to look at that in your particular subgroup. Yeah.
Okay, perhaps one last question. Anyone?
Can I show something?
Yeah, you have more slides. Yeah, then
So here's an interesting thing, and this is not psycholinguistics, but when you look at a network with dynamic and static actors, you need to think about, like, was this always the case? And the funny thing is, like, we don't have natural language. We estimate the things based on books, but those books have not always been there, and literacy also has not been there. But we know at a certain point in time that there must have been a massive expanse in static actors in the network. And that is the case when the metal set printing is invented. And there's a very funny thing, and correlation is not causation. But I looked at the literacy rates from 1475 to 2022 in relationship to certain events. And you probably know that book printing started in Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Western Europe, and you see very quickly, massively increasing literacy rates from the moment that these static actors start expanding, probably because there's something to read, and people didn't have access to, book manuscripts before that. And in other places in the world, you don't see it that much. And there are interesting cases here. This is the world in general. So this is certain parts of Europe. This is the world in general. And this one is India. And this has absolutely nothing to do with India as such, but with the fact that I think it took until 1806 before people were able or were pressing books in Sanskrit, because the metal types were not set yet, and so you were not able to produce static actors in the language that people know. Not on this, but you see also effects of literacy on when you have religious reasons to not have books spread. And you see this in the Ottoman Empire, for instance, where this is very, very developed, but you see that the literacy rate starts increasing much later than in Western Europe. I don't know if it exactly coincides with the printing press. So this is not just about psycholinguistics, but more in general. I think it's fascinating that when you think about the composition of actors in a network, they have consequences. And then, of course, I thought somebody would ask this about artificial dynamic nodes that we have now. And these are the things that we interact with ChatGPT, et cetera. They also have really interesting characteristics. And we think that they are dynamic nodes, but they're not. But they generate a lot of other static actors. And yeah, this may be problematic.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just for you to know, I believe there are still some leftovers from the first coffee break. So if you would like to spare some money for lunch, definitely go there and have something. Otherwise, we'll meet at 2:30. Is it right? Yeah, I think so. For the second workshop.